shining star for our department.
This man was just doing his job.
His dream was to be a police officer because he wanted to serve the community.
All he ever wanted to do was serve people.
He wanted to be a hero
and to keep people safe. And ultimately, that's what he did.
We want to thank you for joining us this morning as we remember the life of North Kansas City Police Officer Daniel Vasquez. I'm Gina Bullard.
And I'm Carolina Cruz. Officer Vasquez's funeral is set to begin in moments, followed by a procession to his final resting place.
We do have our team stretched across the route, giving you a complete view of everything this morning.
Officer Vasquez was just 32 years old. Last week, on the morning of July 19th, he pulled over a car with expired tags. The driver got out of the car, shot Officer Vasquez, and took off. That led police on an hours-long search. Eventually, the suspected shooter turned himself in. Officer Vasquez is the first North Kansas City police officer killed in the line of duty.
Now, since his death, police officers, business owners, many others, they've turned out to support the North Kansas City Police Department and Officer Vasquez's loved ones. A memorial quickly formed with flowers covering the hood and windshield of a police cruiser. The Fraternal Order of Police has also created a secure fundraising page for the Vasquez family.
And right now, we want to give you a live look at the North Kansas City Police Department. The procession after his funeral will come to a full stop here before pushing on to his final resting place. And you can see Officer Vasquez's squad car posted right here as the memorial for him continues to grow. We have heard his family speak over the past week.
I know that he's in heaven looking down with that big cheesy smile.
He was our Daniel. And when I would say, I'm worried about you, he'd say, oh, Meemaw, I've got Katie's back. I've got Katie's back. But I just wish we had his. Our lives will just never be the same without him.
And here's a full look at the procession route to Officer Vasquez's final resting place. This map shows it'll travel down Highway 169, Missouri Highway 9, Armour Road, onto I-29 North and over to Antioch. It goes to 64th Street and ends at the Whitechapel Memorial Gardens Cemetery. We have crews all along this route this morning, and we'll show you the full procession.
Right now, we want to give you a live look inside. This is Vineyard Church, where Officer Vasquez's funeral will be held in just moments. People are starting to file in right now. And we do want to get out to KCTV5's Morgan Mobley right now, just for a more complete picture of what's going to be happening today. Morgan.
Good morning. Well, officers from all across the metro have already been streaming in. You can see the flag raised high over this highway. You can see how many different agencies are all here. We know all of North Kansas City employees are off today so that they can all attend. The Clay County Sheriff's Department, Kansas City Police Department, and Kansas City Fire Department will all answer emergency calls so that they can be here. We know there's a special significance behind this church, Vineyard Church. Officer Vasquez and his fiance used to serve here every Sunday. They did security here, and the church posted on their Facebook that it has been a heavy week, of course, for the city, the community, and their church. We know that Officer Vasquez is described by his family as a beloved son, brother, fiance, described as a shining star in his department. He faithfully served the North Kansas City community for 2 years. His family says he was always smiling, joking, and friendly to everyone. He was caring and supportive, respectful and compassionate, trustworthy and protective of all who knew him. And you can see just how loved he was by all the people already pouring in here. So, of course, we're going to be bringing you the entire funeral and procession. So stay with us as we bring you all of this. We'll send it back to you guys.
Yeah, we're assuming there's going to be a very large turnout for this. Just a lot of heavy hearts, like Morgan said.
Yeah. Thanks so much, Morgan. And we do want to continue now with our team coverage. We have Nathan Vickers, who is also covering part of that route. And Nathan, you are where North Kansas City Police Department right now, and that is where Officer Vasquez's squad car has been just growing with an outpouring of support and love there.
Yeah, it's been one of the most incredible things to see, but it's also one of the most somber things to see in all of this. And you can see this squad car that's been put out. This is Officer Vasquez's squad car, and throughout the last few days, people have been putting flowers out here. They've been putting flags, some little personal touches, personal mementos that kind of reflect who he was as a person. He's described as a loving uncle and family member. He played instruments at his church, and I think people here are really feeling that. They're really feeling this loss as a community too. Now we want to show you City Hall and the police department today. As we mentioned earlier, this is all closed off. Employees were able to get the day off today, and this has been kind of a gathering point for people. Early, a charter bus took people down to the funeral site, and the procession is going to be coming along down Armour Boulevard there. If you can see, there's blue ribbons tied along all of those trees there. There's signs out. And so as that procession comes down the street today, we're expecting a huge turnout from the community, people coming to line the streets and pay their respects to Officer Vasquez as well. There's a couple of fire trucks parked down the street to kind of help manage everything. The flags are at half staff there. And so you're really seeing this outpouring of community support. It's going to be an emotional day in North Kansas City, a somber day in North Kansas City, but I think people here really want to show their love and support for this department and Officer Vasquez's family. Back to you.
Nathan, thank you so much. And seeing that memorial there, they did say the family was asking in lieu of flowers to donate to KC Pet Project. That was an organization that he wanted to support.
Yes, he was clearly very involved in the community. Right now we are continuing that team coverage of Officer Vasquez's funeral this morning. We want to get out to Greg Payne, who is at the cemetery where this procession will end this morning. Greg, have you seen anyone there yet this morning?
No, Gina, we haven't seen anybody there yet. It's been relatively quiet. We've had a couple of cars that have passed by to ask us in regards to the route, but nobody here in this location. But as you mentioned, this is going to be the last stop here at Whitechapel Funeral Home and Memorial Gardens, where Officer Vasquez will be laid to rest. But once again, Officer Vasquez's death really shook the North Kansas City community very hard. So we are expecting that there will be a large number of people that will be arriving to this area, and probably expecting where our cameras are, it's probably going to be packed with people. So it should be interesting to see the turnout this morning and this afternoon as well. Gina?
Greg, thank you. And right now we're taking a live look. This is outside of the Vineyard Church where that funeral service will take place this morning. You can see fellow police officers and fire department employees processing into that church for his service this morning.
And you got to remember that this is a small community. North Kansas City is kind of a small fish in a bigger pond of Kansas City as a whole. So. Right. Tight-knit community, absolutely. A lot of people showing up because a lot of people knew him or went to school with him or went to church with him.
And tragically, he is the first police officer from the North Kansas City Police Department to die in the line of duty. So just let that sink in. This is having a major impact on this community. You can just see all of these cars making their way in this morning.
And we know that the officers, as Nathan mentioned, with North Kansas City, the entire department will basically be able to attend the ceremony as other departments around the metro respond to their calls during that time, during this morning.
Some things that we've learned about Officer Vasquez throughout, this time since he has been tragically killed. Something you keep hearing over and over is that he was just so friendly, always smiling, always joking with people. He was engaged, had a fiance, and it's little things like the volunteering with his church. He's clearly touched a lot of lives, and this is a job his family says he's wanted to do forever. He grew up wanting to be a police officer.
And also highlighting the diversity of our community and the diversity of police departments. He was, according to his obituary, the first generation Mexican American born in Kansas City, Kansas. And his family said that he always had a passion to be a police officer, to serve. Earlier here in our coverage, we heard from his family members and relatives saying that this was his passion. And when they told him that they were concerned about something happening to him, he that didn't concern him. He wasn't worried about that happening to him.
And we are learning right now that the funeral start will be delayed. This is a live look at the Vineyard Church, and I'm sure it's being delayed because there are so many people still filing in, streaming in here. So we'll continue with this coverage throughout the morning through the service. Also, we will follow the procession from the church. It will make a stop at the North Kansas City Police Department, where we saw Nathan next to the memorial, which is his squad car, where people have been bringing flowers and tokens of appreciation for him, and then continue on to the Whitechapel Funeral Home, where that procession will end. But just very young, again, 32 years old, so early in his career to lose his life. This is just, you know, an act of senseless violence.
Yeah, he'd just been with North Kansas City Police Department for 2 years. So just think about that, 2 years with the police department. Became an officer with KCPD 2019, just graduated from the Regional Academy in 2021, a year ago, July 8th, 2021. We know that he had 3 siblings. He's the youngest of 3 siblings. And they, you know, describe him as a loving uncle, respectful, compassionate, trusting, and as a police officer would be, a protector of all who knew him.
Right. Right now, we do want to check back in with Morgan Mobley, who is live outside of the church this morning. Morgan, we can see some of these cars starting to stream in. It looks like there's quite a line out there.
Yes, Gina, and as you mentioned, I'm sure that, of course, now we're 7 minutes past when it was supposed to start. I'm sure this is going to take a while for this outpouring of people that have come to honor their brother in blue. And Gina, you can see all these officers here at the doorway of the church welcoming people in. We can see all the police motorcycles lined up. I want to read you a statement Governor Mike Parson made about Officer Daniel Vasquez. He said, quote, "It takes a special type of individual to devote his or her life to public service and accept the risks and sacrifices that come with protecting the public. Daniel Vasquez was willing to do that and more. It is tragic that senseless violence has taken the life of a young officer with such a bright future. Our prayers are with his family and the law enforcement community." I also want to note, if you can't make it out to any part of the procession today, but you want to support Officer Vasquez and his family, the family is asking for donations to the KC Pet Project, which held a special place in his heart. Officer Vasquez adopted his dog from the shelter. If you do donate, please make a note. It is in honor of Officer Vasquez, so they can tell the family just how much was raised. Guys, we'll send it back to you.
All right, Morgan, thank you. And we just want to go through the route of that procession again, because obviously the turnout for this is going to be extremely large. North Kansas City is a very tight-knit community. Just so other people know, if you are going to be driving today past any of these areas, that procession is going to leave from the Vineyard Church. It's going to go down 169 South routes to Missouri 9. This is the route right here on your screen. So to Armour Road, to I-29 35 north, to Antioch, north to 64th Street, and then it's going to go east to Whitechapel Memorial Gardens.
And that is where they are going to do, law enforcement will do all of the law enforcement honors. That will all take place at the Whitechapel Memorial Gardens. But we know that the route kind of takes a little bit of a detour, but that is because they did want to stop by the North Kansas City Police Department, take a moment to actually stop the procession there and take a pause and honor him right there with his squad car and the memorial that has been growing.
It's just going to be a very emotional day for these officers, his family, the community, who are all there. All of us, you know, are there to honor this officer. Again, Officer Daniel Francisco Vasquez, 32 years old, just senselessly killed in the line of duty. The first North Kansas City officer to die in the line of duty.
And Police Chief Kevin Freeman described him as a shining star. He said he's a shining star for our department. He's a phenomenal person. Just absolutely wonderful things to say about Officer Daniel Vasquez. Again, this is a tight-knit community, North Kansas City. A lot of people on Twitter and Facebook, we have seen postings saying, I went to school with him, you know, he went to my church, I grew up with him. This is heavy. It's a heavy day for the community.
Yeah, a lot of lawmakers and just key public figures reaching out, sending their prayers and thoughts, condolences to this family. We know Mayor Lucas said he was sending his thoughts today and going forward. This is not a hole that just goes away after this funeral today. This is going to be a hard day, and it's going to be a hard thing for these officers, his teammates, his family to continue to process moving forward.
And we're taking a live look outside here of the service. Here's a look inside that service. We know people are filing in. It was supposed to start at 9, so we're a little past that, 11 minutes past that time, but that is because there is such an outpouring of support and love for Officer Vasquez today. A lot of people want to pay their respects to him and be a part of this funeral service that's taking place before following the procession to his final resting place.
And again, it's a little difficult to see because they have the lights down low in this church, a church where he volunteered with his fiance every week, like Morgan was telling us. But there are people starting to file in now, that line of cars just making their way into the Vineyard Church in North Kansas City. And we just heard from Morgan, who said that procession is now complete. So we'll be waiting for the rest of these folks to make their way into the church so this funeral service can begin on this very solemn day.
And just a little background on his law enforcement. So Officer Vasquez, as we have been mentioning, always wanted to serve, always wanted to protect the community. That was his mission in life. He did start working as a security guard actually in Wyandotte County and for Jackson County, Missouri as well. He worked serving security and protecting other businesses and establishments. He was actually recognized at one point by the force for apprehending a suspect that was wanted for attempted murder. So he did receive also the Medal of Valor from North Kansas City Police Department, and his own police chief raved about him, saying that he was a shining star and it's unfathomable that this senseless tragedy would take his life.
When it comes to this procession, we just want to let people know Armour Road, you cannot park along Armour Road for this, but parking on the side streets is legal in those permitted areas, and you can also view along Armour Road today. Professional law enforcement honors will be taking place at that cemetery. That's where Greg Payne was. He was saying just a few people already driving by this morning asking about that procession and where they can view from. Again, this is just having such a huge impact on this small community, and we are going to see that out. We are seeing it right now, the outpouring of support.
And one of the most striking moments of this procession after they leave the funeral service will likely be at the North Kansas City Police Department. So we do want to go back out to our Nathan Vickers, who is outside the North Kansas City Police Department, where the memorial has been growing right there with the squad car behind you, Nathan.
Yeah, you mentioned that powerful moment, and that's going to happen here at the North Kansas City Police Station. And we showed you this memorial a little bit ago, full of mementos and flowers and little personal touches. We even saw a woman come by a little bit before 9 and place another flag there. But I also want you to walk with me just for a little bit. There's been a lot of setup happening here today, a lot of preparation for this. And if you can see behind me, there's some fire trucks, and we'll get a little bit closer to them. It looks like the Kansas City, Missouri Fire Department is set up out here, and they've got the truck station facing each other, which could mean that there's going to be some kind of a memorial, like a flag or some kind of a tribute that the procession will actually pass under as it goes down Armour Road. Now, this is going to be a very busy location today with people coming out to watch, people coming to pay their respects. And that procession, as we've told you, will come and actually stop here by City Hall and the police station. It's closed for the day so that employees can come out and observe and pay their respects as well. But they want to make sure to make a stop here just to give him one last moment in service with the North Kansas City Police Department. So that's going to be a very powerful moment. Make sure to watch our coverage as we show you moments like that through the day. But we're expecting people to start coming out now. Maybe a few people are already starting to gather, but certainly here in the next hour or so, we'll see people start coming out and getting into place. So we will continue to watch that, and we'll continue to show that, and we'll send it back to you for now.
Nathan, thank you for giving us a look at that. That will be a very powerful moment, and we will be carrying that live. We want to give you now a live look outside of the church as more law enforcement is showing up to support their brother in blue.
Yeah, on this fallen day, solemn day, excuse me. Again, Officer Vasquez, he was just doing a routine traffic stop. He just pulled over a car for a routine stop when the driver shot him.
And law enforcement, I remember that day, the sheriff said that these tend to be, traffic stops are the #1 most dangerous things that law enforcement do. So, I mean, it's so sad, but it's so real. And that day it became real. And, you know, they said this is just such a tragedy for this community. I mean, for any community, but especially for one that is so small and so tight-knit. The mayor knows everybody on the police force, and it was really hard for him to get through that press conference.
Yeah, he was emotional.
Very emotional.
You know, it was powerful. Sometimes I think we forget these officers put their life on the line every time they go out there, even doing small things like what seems like a small thing, a traffic stop.
Yeah.
Giving you a live look again inside a Vineyard Church where those officers are continuing to stream in for Officer Daniel Vasquez's funeral this morning. This is on Arrowhead Traffic Way in Kansas City, Missouri. North Kansas City just reeling over the senseless death of one of their brothers this morning.
So the service was supposed to start at 9. We are about 17 minutes behind schedule, but we know that that's because, again, there's a lot of support. We will be carrying the funeral and then the procession. We do have crews. We have throughout the procession route, so we will be able to give you a look at the procession and including one of the most striking moments, which will be at North Kansas City Police Department. And it appears, I believe maybe people may have just stood up, so the funeral service might be starting any moment now.
We do right now want you to hear from the North Kansas City Police Chief about what he had to say about Officer Vasquez.
Shining star for our department. All these are tragedies, but to see such a young person so early on in his career lose his life to such senseless violence is just unfathomable. Phenomenal person, easy to talk to. He didn't have an enemy. Everybody was his friend.
And that's what we keep hearing. He was just a good guy, someone who was always smiling, always happy. He leaves behind his parents, 3 siblings, and a fiance. It's just a very tough day for this community. First generation Mexican-American, born in Kansas City, Kansas. Doing what he's always wanted to do, what he always said he felt passionate about and drawn to do. And his family was concerned about the dangers of this job, but he did what he loved. And it looks like some of his family right now is making their way into the first couple of rows at Vineyard Church in North Kansas City this morning.
You know, the picture reflected there, we have been showing this picture, and you can see that smile that we have talked about, and we've heard his family members, his friends, other law enforcement talk about, that he was just such a bright spirit, joking all the time, friendly, just a great person, brother.
Right, who
uncle.
bravely served his community for 2 years in North Kansas City before this just tragic day.
And this was just last Tuesday. I mean, this is going to be a hard day for his family, for his fellow brothers and sisters in blue, for everybody that knew him. This is going to be a hard day, but we know that North Kansas City Police Department the offices will be closed today, so everybody can attend the funeral, the ceremony, and then attend the service also at the cemetery at the final resting place. Other law enforcement will be responding to calls in the North Kansas City area.
Right, supporting that community, which is what we've just continued to see, an outpouring of support for Officer Vasquez and his family. They have asked today, instead of people sending flowers to the church, to make a donation to KC Pet Project. We also know that the Fraternal Order of Police has a fundraiser going for his family. You can also make donations at area price choppers at the registers. They're taking donations that will go directly to his family during this very difficult time. So everyone doing what they do best in Kansas City, coming together and supporting a fallen hero.
And when we talk about law enforcement, we also mean first responders. Here we're seeing the fire department. They are raising a flag. This is happening outside the North Kansas City Police Department. And Nathan kind of gave us a look at that flag that was raised. He walked us through from the squad car, Officer Vasquez's squad car, where that memorial has been growing, to show us that flag.
And we are hearing that things are about to get started at Vineyard Church, this funeral service. So we will bring you live coverage right now of Officer Vasquez's fallen hero, his funeral.
Greg Hartman.
Me llamo Greg Hartman.
And I have the privilege of serving as the lead pastor here at Vineyard Church.
Y tengo el privilegio de servir como el pastor ejecutivo aquí de la iglesia Vineyard Church.
On behalf of Daniel's family and loved ones,
De parte de la familia de Daniel y sus seres queridos,
the North Kansas City Police Department,
el departamento de policías de North Kansas City
and this church,
y esta iglesia,
we want to welcome you to the celebration of life service for Officer Daniel Vasquez.
queremos darle la bienvenida para la celebración de vida del oficial Daniel Francisco Vázquez.
Let's begin today by going to the Lord in prayer.
Empezamos yendo al Señor en oración.
Dear Heavenly Father,
Señor, que estás en el cielo,
we start today with an invitation.
empezamos este día con una invitación.
We invite your presence into this place and into our lives.
Invitamos tu presencia a este lugar y a nuestras vidas.
We recognize you today as our creator and the author of life.
Te reconocemos como nuestro creador y el autor de la vida.
And we recognize life is a precious gift.
Y reconocemos que la vida es un regalo precioso.
We come today to celebrate and honor a life that is precious to us.
Venimos delante de ti para celebrar y honrar una vida que es preciosa para nosotros.
And as we mourn a life that is no longer with us,
Y mientras estamos en luto por una vida que no está aquí con nosotros,
we recognize the pain from this tragic loss
reconocemos el dolor de esta pérdida tan grave
and the space that has been created in our hearts.
y el espacio que se ha creado en nuestros corazones.
And so, we lift our sadness and grief up to you.
Y así levantamos nuestro dolor y tristeza delante de ti.
Lord, we ask that you would comfort us in our pain
Señor, te pedimos que tú seas nuestro conforte en el dolor
and pour out on us your grace,
y que salga de ti tu gracia hacia nosotros,
peace,
tu paz
and healing mercy.
y tu sanidad.
We are here today
Estamos aquí hoy
not only to grieve the loss of Daniel,
no solo porque dolemos por la pérdida de Daniel,
but also to thank you for the moments we had with him.
pero también para darte gracias por los momentos que tuvimos con él.
We are here today
Estamos aquí hoy
not only to mourn over how different life will be without him,
no solamente para doler por el hecho que la vida será diferente sin él,
but also to give thanks to you for how full life was when he was with us.
pero también para darte gracias por la vida tan llena que fue con él en nuestras vidas.
We are here today
Estamos aquí hoy
not only to consider how short and uncertain life can be,
no solamente para considerar qué tan corta y tan incierta la vida puede ser,
but to give thanks for the gift of life,
pero para darte gracias por el regalo de la vida,
the gift of family,
el regalo de la familia
and the gift of friendships.
y el regalo de las amistades.
Lord, we ask that you would comfort us today
Señor, te pedimos que tú seas nuestro consuelo hoy,
as we come together to share love and memories with one another.
mientras nos reunimos para poder compartir memorias y amor los unos con los otros.
In Jesus' name we pray.
En el nombre de Jesús oramos.
Amen.
Amén. Daniel Francisco Vázquez, amado hijo, hermano, amigo, oficial de la ley y estrella brillante para todos los que se cruzaron en su camino. Fue llamado a recibir su corona en el cielo. Daniel comenzó a servir a las comunidades del condado de Wyandotte, Kansas y el condado de Jackson, Missouri, trabajando en seguridad. Daniel se desempeñó como un ángel de la avenida, garantizando la seguridad de las empresas y los ciudadanos. Fue reconocido por ayudar a las fuerzas del orden en la detención de un sospechoso de intento de homicidio. A partir de allí, continuó trabajando para lograr el sueño de su vida de trabajar en la aplicación de la ley y se unió al Departamento de Policía de Kansas City, Missouri, como oficial de detención desde marzo del 2019 hasta julio del 2020. Su pasión por servir a su comunidad era más fuerte que nunca. Luego, Daniel solicitó convertirse en oficial del Departamento de Policía de North Kansas City, Missouri. Fue contratado y asistió a la Academia Regional de Policía de KCPD, donde se graduó con la clase número 171 el 8 de julio del 2021. Sirvió fielmente a los ciudadanos de North Kansas City hasta su fallecimiento el 19 de julio del 2022. Daniel recibió el más alto honor de reconocimiento del Departamento de Policía de la ciudad de North Kansas City, la Medalla de Valor. Daniel es el menor de 3 hijos, la primera generación mexicano-estadounidense en la familia, nacido en Kansas City, Kansas. Cuando era un niño, disfrutaba practicar deportes que incluían fútbol, béisbol y lucha libre. Daniel tocó la batería para su iglesia, además de aprender a tocar muchos otros instrumentos en su tiempo libre. Disfrutaba pasar tiempo con su familia, su prometida y sus amigos. Le gustaba jugar videojuegos, cocinar, probar comidas nuevas, hacer ejercicio e ir a los rodeos. Daniel siempre estaba sonriendo, bromeando y era amable con todos. Era un tío cariñoso y solidario. Se le describe mejor como respetuoso, compasivo, confiable y protector para todos los que le conocieron. Su familia, amigos, compañeros de trabajo, la familia de las fuerzas del orden público y la comunidad han perdido a un servidor comunitario, cariñoso y respetable a quien extrañaremos sin medida. Le precedieron en la muerte sus abuelos paternos, Rafaela Hernández de Vázquez, Manuel Vázquez Vázquez, abuelos por su madre, Raquel Sauceda de Núñez, Raimundo Núñez Casillas, su tía por parte de madre, María Luisa Núñez de Hernández, y un familiar cercano y veterano del ejército, Salvador Rangel. Daniel deja atrás a su amada familia para incluir a su padre, Francisco Vázquez Hernández, la madre, Guadalupe Núñez de Vázquez, la hermana mayor, Areli Vázquez Núñez, la hermana mediana, Eunice Zúñiga, el cuñado, Luis A. Zúñiga Matute, el sobrino, Luis F. Zúñiga, la sobrina, Isabela Zúñiga, la prometida de Daniel, Katie Felger, y su familia para incluir el abuelo, Ronald Felger, la abuela, Wanda Felger, el padre, Brad Felger, la hermana, Lindsay Felger, el tío, Danny Felger, la tía, Stacy Felger, y los primos, Nick, Luke y Ava Felger. El oficial Vázquez también deja innumerables amigos que incluyen al Departamento de Policía de North Kansas City y la familia Azul en todas partes.
We will ask Danny Figler to come up.
Daniel Francisco Vasquez, loving son, brother, friend, law enforcement officer, and shining star to all who cross paths with him, was called upon to receive his crown in heaven. Daniel started serving the communities of Wyandotte County, Kansas, Jackson County, Missouri, by working security. Daniel served as an Avenue Angel, ensuring the safety of the businesses and citizens. He was recognized for assisting law enforcement in the apprehension of an attempted homicide suspect. From there, he continued working to obtain his lifelong dream to work in law enforcement and joined Kansas City, Missouri Police Department as a detention officer from March 2019 through July 2020. His passion for serving his community was stronger than ever. Daniel then applied to become an officer with the North Kansas City Police Department. He was hired and attended KCPD Regional Police Academy, graduating class of 171 on July 8th, 2021. He faithfully served his citizens of North Kansas City until his passing on July 19th, 2022. Daniel has received the highest honor of recognition from North Kansas City Police Department, the Medal of Valor. Daniel is the youngest of 3 children, the first generation Mexican-American in the family born in Kansas City, Kansas. As a child, he enjoyed playing sports, which included football, baseball, and wrestling. Daniel played the drums for his church, as well as learning other numerous instruments. In his free time, he enjoyed spending time with his family, fiance, and friends. He enjoyed playing video games, cooking, trying new foods, working out, and going to rodeos. Daniel was always smiling, joking around, and friendly to everyone. He was a loving, supportive uncle. He is best described as respectful, compassionate, dependable, and a protector to all that knew him. His family and friends, co-workers, law enforcement family, and the community have lost a loving and respectable community servant who will always be missed beyond measure. He is preceded in death by his grandparents on his father's side, Rafaela Hernandez de Vasquez, Manuel Vasquez. Grandparents on his mother's side, Raquel Cecita de Nunez, Ramando Nunez Casillas. His aunt on his mother's side, Maria Luisa Nunez de Hernandez, and a close family member and Army veteran, Salvador Rangel. Daniel leaves behind his loving family to include his father, Francisco Vasquez Hernandez, his mother, Guadalupe Nunez de Vasquez, his oldest sister, Arlie Vasquez Nunez, his middle sister, Eunice Zuniga, brother-in-law, Luis A. Zuniga, nephew, Luis F. Zuniga, niece, Isabella Zuniga, Daniel's fiancée, Katie Filger, and her family to include grandfather, Ronald Filger, grandmother, Wanda Filger, father, Brad Filger, sister, Lindsay Filger, uncle, Danny Filger, aunt, Stacy Filger, and cousins, Nick, Luke, and Ava Filger. Officer Vasquez also leaves behind countless friends, to include North Kansas City Police Department and the Blue family far and wide.
Anoche pensaba que mis palabras ya no eran necesarias
Last night I was thinking that my words were not necessary
después de ver la fotografía del oficial Daniel.
after seeing Officer Daniel's
Eso
picture.
lo dice todo.
That says everything.
Espero que mis palabras no salgan sobrando.
I hope that my words will not lack.
Jamás muere en vano los que mueren por una causa grande.
Those who die for a great cause never die in vain.
Daniel, un joven con muchas ganas de vivir, con grandes planes para el futuro.
Daniel, a young man with great desire to live, with big plans for the future.
Puedo hablar dos cosas de su debilidad de Daniel,
I can talk about him starting with two weaknesses,
porque lo conocí pequeño y lo vi crecer.
because I knew him when he was young and I saw him grow.
Primero, le gustaba comer bien.
First, he liked to eat well.
Segundo, cuando comenzaba a jugar y bromear sanamente,
Second, when he started to play and joking in a healthy way,
había que pararlo,
we had to stop him,
porque si no, seguía.
because if not, he would continue.
Sus papás, sus hermanas
His,
y él
his parents, his sisters, and he
llegaron a nuestra congregación
came to our congregation
cuando Daniel era muy joven.
when Daniel was very young.
Era sorprendente verlo gozoso,
It was amazing to see him happy
de estar en la iglesia,
to be in church.
y aun cuando nuestras reuniones se alargaban,
Even when the meetings were long,
él pacientemente esperaba.
he patiently waited,
Nunca lo vi jalar la manga del brazo de su papá,
never pulling on Dad's arm, indicating
indicando que ya se quería ir.
that he was ready to leave.
Su comportamiento era excelente.
His behavior was excellent.
Mi esposa fue su maestra de escuela dominical
My wife was his Sunday school teacher,
y jamás tuvo queja de él.
and she never complained about him.
El deseo de Daniel
Daniel's wish
siempre fue
was always
ser policía
to be an officer,
y lo logró.
and he achieved it.
De Daniel,
About Daniel,
todo lo que se diga de él
everything that is said about him
es cierto.
is true.
Feliz,
Happy,
juguetón,
playful,
cierto,
true,
pero también
but also
responsable,
responsible,
noble,
noble,
honesto,
honest,
servicial,
helpful,
sincero,
sincere,
dadivoso
generous,
y obediente.
and obedient.
Cayó un héroe
A hero fell,
cumpliendo sus deberes como oficial de la policía.
fulfilling his duties as a police officer.
Nuestro corazón está triste
Our hearts are sad
por la ausencia de Daniel,
for Daniel's absence.
pero recordemos
Let us remember
que esta separación
that this separation
no será eterna,
will not be eternal.
es temporal
It's temporary
solamente.
only.
Nosotros como creyentes
We as believers
tenemos la consolación
have the consolation
y la esperanza
and the hope
de que algún día
that one day
nos reuniremos con Él
we will meet with him
en la presencia de Dios.
in the presence of God.
Daniel,
Daniel,
siempre recordaremos tu sonrisa
we will always remember your smile,
y también siempre tendremos en mente,
and we will also keep in mind
jamás mueren en vano
those who die for a great cause
los que mueren por una causa grande.
never die in vain.
Daniel lo hizo.
Daniel did it. Now we will ask Nico Pablo to come up, please.
My name is Nico Pablo, and I currently work for the Independence, Missouri Police Department.
Mi nombre es Nico Pablo y actualmente trabajo para el Departamento de Policías de Independence, Missouri.
Myself, along with 16 others, graduated with Daniel Vasquez
Mi persona junto con otras 16 graduamos con Daniel Vasquez
from the 171st Entrant Officer Class out of Kansas City Regional Police Academy on July 8th, 2021.
de la Academia Regional de Policías de Kansas City el 8 de julio del 2021.
On September 15th, 2021,
En septiembre 15 del 2021,
our worlds were unexpectedly turned upside down when Officer Blaze Madrid Evans,
nuestro mundo se puso patas arriba inesperadamente cuando el oficial Blaze Madrid Evans,
one of our Academy classmates,
uno de nuestros compañeros de clase de la academia,
was tragically taken in the line of duty.
fue tomado trágicamente en cumplimiento de su deber.
Not knowing what the future held for us,
Sin saber lo que nos esperaba el futuro,
the 171st Entrant Officer Class continued to stand strong and lean on one another
siguió manteniéndose fuerte y apoyando entre sí,
more than most could ever imagine.
más de lo que mayoría podía imaginarse.
Together, we continue to protect the line for Blaze and finished FTO strong as a team.
Juntos continuamos protegiendo la línea para Blaze y terminamos fuertes como equipo.
In the midst of finally beginning our police career,
Finalmente comenzar nuestra carrera policial,
our class was excited to embark on this new journey of law enforcement.
nuestra clase estaba emocionada de embarcar en este viaje de aplicar la ley,
A childhood dream for many of us.
un sueño de infancia para muchos de nosotros.
This month was our one-year mark from graduating from the police academy together.
Este mes marca un año de graduarse de la academia juntos.
And as Blaze's one-year anniversary approached, our worlds were flipped upside down again for the worst.
Y como se acercaba el primer aniversario de Blaze, nuestro mundo se volteó de nuevo por lo peor.
On July 19th, 2022, not even a year from Blaze's passing,
En el 19 de julio del 2022, ni siquiera un año después del fallecimiento de Blaze,
the rock to our academy class,
la roca de nuestra clase de academia,
Daniel Vasquez, was unsensibly taken on duty
Daniel Vasquez fue tomado del servicio sin sentido,
just doing what he loved.
simplemente haciendo lo que amaba.
A son, brother, family man, and friend to all was unjustly taken from this world.
Un hermano y amigo de todos fue injustamente arrebatado de este mundo.
No words cannot describe the brokenness, heartache, and shedded tears that myself, our academy class, North Kansas City Police Department, surrounding agencies, the Vasquez family, and friends are feeling and experiencing right now.
No hay palabras que pueda describir el quebrantamiento, angustia y lágrimas derramadas que yo, nuestra clase de academia, NKPD, diferentes agencias, familiares y amigos de Vázquez están sintiendo y experimentando en este momento.
However, having the opportunity to know who Daniel was, he would want us to be strong.
Sin embargo, al tener la oportunidad de saber quién era Daniel, él quería que fuésemos fuertes.
Because he would do the same for us.
Él haría lo mismo para nosotros.
Daniel's goofiness was contagious,
Las tonterías de Daniel eran contagiosas
and his smile lit up the room.
y su sonrisa iluminaba la habitación.
Just his presence in general could change a bad day to a good day in the matter of seconds.
Solo su presencia en general podría cambiar un mal día a un buen día en asuntos y segundos.
In the academy, I learned a lot about Daniel,
En la academia aprendí mucho de Daniel,
how easygoing he was,
cuán tranquilo era,
his ability to get along with anyone and everyone,
su habilidad para llevarse bien con todos y cada uno,
how eager he was to learn and grow,
lo ansioso que estaba por aprender y crecer,
and how he entered so many encounters open-minded.
los muchos encuentros que tuvo con una mente abierta.
Everyone in this room can learn a few things from Daniel Vasquez.
Todos en esta sala podrían aprender alguna cosa de Daniel Vázquez.
One time in the academy,
Una vez en la academia,
I broke the record for shortest served class leader.
rompí el récord del líder de clase que sirvió más corto.
Our class got in trouble for having cell phones in our classroom.
Nuestra clase entró en problemas por tener teléfonos en el salón de clase.
Thank you, De La Cruz.
Gracias, De la Cruz.
This punishment turned into burpees, wall sits, push-ups, and running for everyone. And when completed, I was officially fired from class leader.
Este castigo se convirtió en burpees, wall sits, lagartijas y salir correr para todos. Cuando terminé, me despidieron oficialmente de líder de clase.
After the painful workout led by our instructors, Daniel came up to me and said, "What the hell, Pablo?"
Después del doloroso entrenamiento dirigido por nuestros instructores, Daniel se me acercó y dijo, ¿qué cosas, Pablo?
In the moment of feeling defeated, Vasquez had the big old smile on his face.
En el momento de sentirme derrotado, Vázquez tenía una gran sonrisa en él,
Just like he wanted to do it all over again.
su rostro como si quisiera hacerlo todo de nuevo.
My feeling of defeat quickly turned into laughter, and I had no choice but to smile and laugh about it with Daniel.
Mi sentimiento de derrota rápidamente se convirtió en sonrisa.
That is the person Daniel was, though. No matter what situation you're put through, he's there to rise you up and make you feel better.
Esa es la persona de Daniel. Sin embargo, no importa qué situación te encuentres, él estuvo allí para levantar y hacerte sentir mejor.
As some of you know already,
Como algunos de ustedes ya saben,
I was the barber for the 171st Entrant Officer class.
yo era el peluquero de la clase de 171.
When Daniel found out I cut hair,
Cuando Daniel se enteró que yo hacía cortes de cabello,
he took full advantage of it and came to my house every 2 weeks for that fresh cut.
lo aprovechó a lo máximo y venía a mi casa cada 2 semanas para hacerse ese corte fresco.
I don't blame him though, because damn, I made him look good.
Yo, sin embargo, no lo culpo porque lo hacía bien.
I enjoy cutting hair, but I especially love
Me
cutting
fue-
Daniel's hair.
Me gusta cortar pelo.
It wasn't because of the simple fact I made him look good.
No fue simplemente porque lo hacía ver bien.
You're welcome, Katie.
Muchas gracias, Katie.
It was because of the great conversations we had.
Fue por la gran conversación que tuvo.
A simple 30-minute cut
Un corte simple de 30 minutos
would sometimes turn into a 2-hour sharing catching bad guy stories.
a veces se convertía en 2 horas de compartir historias y atrapar los malos.
Friday, July 15th
El
was the
viernes-
last day I cut Daniel's hair.
El viernes 15 de julio fue el último día que le corté el cabello a Daniel.
On that day, we had a conversation I will never forget.
Ese día tuvimos una conversación inolvidable.
We talked about how much we loved our significant others.
Hablamos de cuánto amamos a nuestros seres queridos.
I had known for a while how much he loved Kate.
Yo sabía de hace tiempo cuánto amaba a Katie.
But in that moment, I knew they were unquestionably meant to be together.
Pero en ese momento supe que sin duda estaban destinados a estar juntos.
Daniel talked about looking at rings for Katie
Daniel habló sobre buscar anillos para Katie
and also looking for houses for them to move in together.
y también buscar casas para que ellos viviesen juntos.
Before Daniel left my house that day,
Antes que Daniel saliera de mi casa ese día,
not knowing that was the last time I would talk to him,
sin saber que era la última vez que yo hablaba con él,
see him,
lo veía
and give him a hug,
y aún abrazarlo,
he said, "I love you, bro."
Me dijo, te amo, hermano.
I want this to be a reminder to always hug your loved ones a little tighter.
Quiero que esto sea recordatorio para siempre abrazar a tus seres queridos un poco más fuerte.
Because you don't know when your or their last day will be.
Porque no sabes cuándo será tú o de ellos el último día.
Daniel was ready for the next step in life.
Daniel estaba listo para el siguiente paso en la vida.
But on July 19th,
Pero el 19 de julio,
the worst day ever,
el peor día,
just like September 15th,
igual al 15 de septiembre,
that opportunity was taken from
esa oportunidad fue arrebatada.
to the Vasquez family,
A la familia Vázquez,
myself, and the rest of the 171st Entrant Officer class, I want to
mismo.
thank you dearly for allowing us to speak.
al resto de la familia, el resto de la clase 171, queremos agradecerle mucho por permitirnos hablar.
We give our deepest condolences through this tragedy.
Damos nuestra más sentido pésame por esta tragedia.
Please know there is a huge blue family of brothers and sisters behind you.
Por favor, sepa, ahí hay una gran familia azul de hermanos y hermanas detrás de ti.
We love you all unconditionally.
Los amamos a todos incondicionalmente.
To the brothers and sisters of the North Kansas City Police Department,
A los hermanos y hermanas del Departamento de Policía de North Kansas City,
we grieve for and with your department.
nos afligimos por y con su departamento.
Daniel absolutely loved working for you guys.
A Daniel le encantó trabajar por usted.
I will continue to pray for the community and other agencies to continue lifting up during this hard time.
Continuaré orando por la comunidad y otras agencias para continuar levantándoles durante este momento difícil.
The 171st Entrant Officer class is here for you if you need anything.
La clase está aquí de 171, aquí para si necesitas algo.
To Katie and the Filger family,
Para Katie y la familia Filger,
I'm so sorry for this loss.
lamento mucho esta pérdida.
I know Daniel was a perfect fit,
Sé que Daniel encajaba perfectamente.
and each of you loved him like he was already a part of your family.
Cada uno de ustedes lo amaba como si fuera parte de la familia.
Please reach out whenever. We're here for you.
Por favor, comuníquese cuando guste. Nosotros estamos aquí para usted.
In the academy,
En la academia,
our instructors gave us a word that was engraved into our souls.
nuestro instructor nos regaló una palabra que se nos quedó grabada en el alma,
Together,
juntos.
by the grace of God, that word was given to us for a reason.
Por la gracia de Dios, esa palabra nos fue dada por una razón.
Together, we made it through a long 6-month training process.
Juntos superamos unos largos 6 meses de proceso de formación.
Together, we leaned on each other when Blaze passed away.
Juntos nos apoyamos el uno al otro cuando Blaze falleció.
Together, we made it through FTO.
Juntos lo hicimos a través de FTO.
And together, we sit here today and grieve.
Juntos nos sentamos aquí y oramos.
But together, we will get through this by continuing to serve and protect.
Pero juntos los conseguiremos a través de esto continuar sirviendo y protegiendo.
For the ones who made the ultimate sacrifice.
Aquellos que hicieron el último sacrificio.
Daniel, as you look down on us today,
Daniel, mientras nos ves hoy,
give Blaze a hug for us.
dale a Blaze un abrazo de parte de nosotros.
We will continue to make you guys proud.
Seguiremos haciéndoles chicos orgullosos.
We love you, buddy.
Te amamos, amigo. I'll ask Stephen Emmons to come up, please.
It's already affected me. I'm Stephen Emmons, and for the last few years, Danny has been my roommate.
Soy Stephen Emmons y durante los últimos años Danny ha sido mi compañero de cuarto.
What started out as him needing a Kansas City address to work for the police department
Lo que comenzó cuando necesitaba una dirección de Kansas City para trabajar para el departamento de policía
evolved into a deep and meaningful friendship.
se había convertido en una amistad profunda y significativa.
With Danny came Maui,
Con Danny vino Maui,
his rambunctious and energetic dog,
su perro revoltoso y enérgico que solo quería jugar.
who only wants to play fetch 24/7 and lick your face.
Quería jugar, buscar las 24 horas del día.
Adding Danny and Maui to the house just made sense.
Agregar a Danny y a Maui a la casa tenía sentido.
And he fit in perfectly with Joel Gilbert,
Y él encajaba perfectamente con Joel Gilbert,
my other roommate, and I.
mi otro compañero y yo.
The three of us clicked. There was never conflict.
Los tres hacíamos clic y nunca había conflicto.
And Danny was always down for grilling some brats and just hanging out.
Y Danny siempre estaba dispuesto a interrogar a algunos mocosos Okay, go ahead, sorry.
Here. I don't need to tell any of you what kind of man Danny was.
No necesito decirles a ninguno de ustedes qué tipo de hombre era Danny.
We all know he was an amazing person,
Todos sabemos que era una persona increíble,
kind and loving friend,
un amigo amable y amoroso,
and stranger to no one.
y no era extraño a nadie.
Even on the roughest days, Danny was the bright spot in the room.
Incluso en los días más malos, duros, Danny era el punto brillante de la habitación.
Finding something to laugh about was easy for him, and it was contagious.
Encontrar algo que reírse fue fácil para él y fue contagioso.
When Danny got hired with the North Kansas City Police Department, he was over the top excited.
Cuando Danny fue contratado por el departamento de North Kansas City, estaba emocionado.
He was going to the academy.
Iba a ir a la academia.
He was going to be a police officer.
Iba a ser un policía.
I was excited for him,
Estaba emocionado por él.
and I gave him a few pointers for the academy.
Le di algunos consejos para la academia.
Some of those pointers were to avoid the drama
Algunos de esos consejos era de evitar el drama
and don't go looking for love amongst your classmates.
y no buscar el amor entre tus compañeros de clase.
Danny had no issues avoiding the drama,
Danny no tuvo ningún problema para evitar el problema,
but he eventually brought home a girl.
pero finalmente trajo a casa una chica.
I remember sitting on my living room couch when Danny and Katie walked in.
Recuerdo estar sentado en el sofá de mi sala de estar cuando Danny y Katie entraron.
He introduced me to her,
Él me la presentó
and I quickly found out that not only were they in the academy together,
y rápidamente descubrí que no solo estaban juntos en la academia,
but they worked for the same department.
sino que trabajaban por el mismo departamento.
I laughed at them,
Me reí de ellos,
called them dummies,
los llamé tontos
and accepted their relationship.
y acepté su relación.
It did not take long for me to see that they were serious about each other.
No me tomó mucho tiempo para darme cuenta que hablaban de serio el uno del otro
And that Danny was in love with her.
y que Danny estaba enamorado de ella.
My favorite Danny and Katie story starts off with a text message from Danny.
Mi historia favorita de Danny y Katie comenzó con un mensaje de texto de Danny.
It was simply a picture of him and Katie in full uniform,
Era simplemente una foto de él y Katie en uniforme completo,
holding a Rottweiler puppy.
sosteniendo un cachorro Rottweiler.
It was immediately followed up with can we keep her?
Inmediatamente siguió con, ¿podemos quedarnos con ella?
And I responded with one word,
Y
no.
respondí con una palabra, no.
Well, I thought that was that. We already had 2 dogs living in the house, and a third one was out of the question.
Bueno, pensé que eso era que ya teníamos 2 perros viviendo en casa y el tercero estaba fuera de discusión.
A few days later, almost as if they were teenagers getting caught doing something wrong,
Unos días después, casi como si fueran adolescentes a los que atrapaban haciendo algo malo,
and Danny and Katie made it abundantly clear to me that this dog was not going to be living with us.
él y Katie me dijeron muy claro que este perro no iba a vivir con nosotros.
They introduced me to Remy, Katie's new dog.
Y me presentaron a Remy, el nuevo perro de Katie.
Of course, they found a way to keep her, and I don't blame them. She's adorable, but the whole process is funny.
Por supuesto que encontraron una manera de mantenerla, pero no los culpo. Es adorable, pero todo el proceso fue divertido.
Seeing how Danny and Katie interacted together, I knew I was going to be losing my roommate soon.
Al ver cómo interactuaba Danny y Katie, supe que pronto perdería a mi compañero de cuarto.
I asked Danny about potentially leaving me for Katie.
Le pregunté a Danny sobre la posibilidad de él dejarme por Katie.
I learned that his goals were to save money, buy a house, and move in with her.
Me di cuenta y supe que su objetivo era comprar una casa, vivir con ella.
I was truly happy that my friend had found someone he could plan a future with.
Estaba realmente feliz de que mi amigo había encontrado a alguien con quien podría planear el futuro.
Two days prior to losing Danny,
2 días antes de perder a Danny,
my girlfriend and I went to the movies with him and Katie.
mi novia y yo fuimos al cine con él y Katie.
It was the newest Marvel movie, and we were both excited to see it.
Era la película más nueva de Marvel y ambos estamos emocionados de verla.
It was packed with action and comedy. We were both probably way too loud when particularly exciting things happened.
Estaba repleto de acción y comedia y probablemente ambos hacíamos demasiado ruido cuando sucedían cosas particularmente emocionantes.
I miss my friend. We worked opposite schedules, so our days off didn't line up very often.
Extraño a mi amigo. Trabajamos en horarios opuestos, por lo que nuestros días libres no coincidían con mucha frecuencia.
But even that brought me comfort.
Pero incluso eso me trajo consuelo.
Comfort in knowing that my home was safe when I wasn't there because he was home.
Confort cuando yo saber que él estaba en casa cuando yo no estaba con él.
I hope that sharing these few memories with all of you can provide some comfort in any way possible.
Espero que compartir estos pocos recuerdos con ustedes pueda brindarles algún consuelo que quedaría en cualquier manera posible.
I encourage all of you to share your favorite memories with Danny however you can.
Los animo a todos a compartir sus recuerdos favoritos de Danny como puedan,
In person with each other or via social media.
en persona o a través de las redes sociales.
I want you all to focus on the good and remember that signature Danny smile.
Quiero que todos ustedes se concentren en lo bueno y recuerdan la sonrisa característica.
Daniel Vasquez is a man worthy of remembering.
Daniel Vasquez es un hombre digno de recordar.
I'm looking forward to sharing my memories with him, with all of you, and in turn hearing all of yours.
Tengo muchas ganas de compartir mis recuerdos de él con ustedes y a su vez escuchar todos los suyos.
We all carry a piece of him with us, and by talking to each other, we can, in small part, share it with others.
Todos llevamos un pedazo de él con nosotros y al hablar entre nosotros podemos, en una pequeña parte, compartir con los demás.
Thank you.
Officer Kevin Freeman.
Good morning. My name is Kevin Freeman. I am the Chief of Police of North Kansas City Police Department.
Buenos días, mi nombre es Kevin Freeman y soy el jefe de policía de North Kansas City.
On behalf of the Vasquez and Filger families, the North Kansas City Police Department, and the City of North Kansas City, I want to extend our heartfelt thanks for your attendance today as we honor the life and service of Officer Daniel Francisco Vasquez, badge number 178.
Buenos días, mi nombre es Kevin Filger y soy el jefe de policía de North Kansas City. El nombre de familia Vasquez y Filger en el Departamento de Policía de North Kansas City y la ciudad del norte de Kansas City, queremos extender nuestro más sincero agradecimiento por su asistencia hoy mientras honramos a la vida y el servicio del oficial Daniel Francisco Vasquez con insignia 178.
To Daniel's immediate family,
La familia de Daniel inmediata.
Francisco, Guadalupe, Arlie, Eunice, Luis, Katie, and your extended families. We join you in grieving Daniel's tragic passing, and we want you to know that North Kansas City will always be a part of your extended family.
La familia inmediata de Daniel, Francisco, Guadalupe, Areli, Eunice, Luis, Katie y sus familias extendidas, nos unimos a ustedes en este duelo por el trágico fallecimiento de Daniel y queremos que sepan que North Kansas City siempre será parte de su familia extendida.
Daniel was hired by North Kansas City on January 4th, 2021, and attended the Kansas City Regional Police Academy, graduating on July 8th, 2021.
Daniel fue contratado por el North Kansas City el 4 de enero del 2021 y asistió a la Academia Regional de Policía de Kansas City, donde se graduó el 8 de julio del 2021.
From the first time I met Daniel, it was immediately apparent he had the service mindset that is coveted in law enforcement.
Desde la primera vez que conocí a Daniel, fue inmediatamente evidente que tenía la mentalidad de servicio que se concedía en el cumplimiento de la ley.
Daniel's personality was bold, his smile was infectious, and it was obvious he had what it took to wear the badge representing our department and the city of North Kansas City with honor, pride, and professionalism.
La personalidad de Daniel era audaz, su sonrisa era contagiosa y era obvio que tenía lo necesario para usar la insignia, representando a nuestro departamento y a la ciudad de Kansas City con orgullo, profesionalismo y honor.
We always talk in our hiring process that we aren't just looking to hire cops. We're looking to hire great people that are the right fit for the city of North Kansas City.
Siempre hablamos en nuestro proceso de contratación que no solo buscamos contratar policías, buscamos contratar personas excelentes que sean adecuadas para la ciudad de North Kansas City.
In his short career, Daniel proved 1,000% he was that person.
En su corta carrera, Daniel demostró el 1000% que él era esa persona.
Already in his young career, Daniel was looking for ways to help, becoming trained in crisis intervention and utilizing that knowledge and resources to help others.
Y en su joven carrera, Daniel estaba buscando formas de ayudar, capacitándose en intervención de crisis, utilizando ese conocimiento y recursos para ayudar a otros.
He volunteered at training events and attended many community events.
Ofreciendo como voluntario en eventos de capacidad y asistiendo en eventos comunitarios.
As Steve said, Daniel met Katie in this hiring process.
Como Steve dijo, Daniel conoció a Katie en este proceso.
They attended the police academy together.
Asistieron al departamento de la academia juntos.
Not too long after they completed the field training process, Daniel and Katie came to us to declare that they were dating.
No mucho después de que terminaron el proceso de entrenamiento del campo, Daniel y Katie vinieron a nosotros para decirnos que estaban saliendo.
They were each other's biggest supporters, personally and professionally, and could tease each other and not take themselves too seriously.
Eran los mayores apoyos personales y profesionales del otro y podían bromear entre ellos y no tomarse a sí mismo demasiado en serio.
Katie joked recently that Daniel never bought her flowers, but had no problem buying her tacos.
Katie bromeó recientemente que Daniel nunca le compró flores, pero que no tuvo problemas para comprarle tacos.
Knowing Daniel, I'm confident the sentiment was the same.
Conociendo a Daniel, estoy seguro que el sentimiento seguiría siendo el mismo.
Early in their tenure, they were complimented by coworkers and supervisors.
Al principio de su mandato, fueron complementados por compañeros de trabajo y superiores
About how well they performed as police officers together in high-stress situations.
sobre lo bien que se desempeñaron como agentes de policías juntos en situaciones de gran estrés.
They were a great team, both on and off the job.
Eran un gran equipo, tanto dentro y como fuera del trabajo.
Policing has never been an easy career path, and as each year passes, it seemingly gets tougher.
La carrera policial nunca ha sido una carrera fácil y a medida que pasan cada año, aparentemente se vuelve más difícil.
The profession needs good men and women like Daniel to stand up to the evil that faces society today.
La profesión necesita hombres y mujeres buenos como Daniel para hacer frente al mal que afrenta la sociedad todos los días.
Daniel stood up to answer that call and paid the ultimate sacrifice.
Daniel se puso de pie para responder a ese llamado y pagó el último sacrificio.
Arlie has told us many times that Daniel knew and understood the danger and the sacrifice, and that there was nothing he would rather do.
Areli nos ha dicho muchas veces que Daniel sabía y entendía el peligro, el sacrificio, y no había nada que prefería hacer.
Being a police officer was his dream job.
Ser oficial de policía era el trabajo de sus sueños.
Daniel put service to others above himself, and his service to our community will never be forgotten.
Daniel puso el servicio a los demás por encima de sí mismo, y su servicio a nuestra comunidad nunca será olvidado.
Together, we will stand against this unnecessary, senseless violence.
Juntos nos opondremos a esta violencia innecesaria y sin sentido.
The words came easy when I had the unfortunate responsibility to announce Daniel's death to the public.
Las palabras salieron con facilidad cuando tuve la desafortunada responsabilidad de anunciar la muerte de Daniel al público.
Daniel was a shining star in our department, a person you could immediately see had a bright future and career ahead of him.
Daniel era una estrella brillante en nuestro departamento, una persona que podía ver de inmediato que tenía un futuro brillante y una carrera por delante.
With his big heart,
con su gran corazón,
and in Arlie's words, his cheesy smile,
y en las palabras de Areli, su sonrisa cursi,
he never met a stranger.
Nunca conoció un extraño.
He was born to be a servant and protector of his community.
Nació para servir y ser protector de su comunidad.
To our brothers and sisters in law enforcement,
para nuestros hermanos y hermanas en la aplicación de la ley,
the badge you wear with pride is not that heavy until you put it on.
La insignia que usan con orgullo no es tan pesada hasta que se la ponen.
When it gets too heavy to bear, remember why you put it on in the first place.
Cuando sea demasiada pesada para soportarla, recuerden por qué se la pusieron en primer lugar.
Our bond in law enforcement gets stronger the harder the pull gets.
Nuestro vínculo en la aplicación de la ley se fortalece cuando el tirón se vuelve más fuerte.
This past week has been one of the hardest pulls our department has ever been through, and I couldn't be more humbled with how we have been embraced by our peers and our community.
La semana pasada ha sido una de los tirones más duros por los que ha pasado nuestro departamento, y no podría sentirme más honrado por la forma en que lo hemos sido aceptados por nuestros compañeros y nuestra comunidad.
Daniel's death will not be in vain.
La muerte de Daniel no será en vano.
We will continue to fight the difficult fight and be the professionals we signed up to be.
Seguiremos peleando la difícil pelea y siendo los profesionales que nos apuntamos ser.
We know that not everyone agrees with our mission.
Sabemos que no todos están de acuerdo con nuestra misión.
But we know we're doing the work that most others couldn't.
Pero sabemos que estamos haciendo el trabajo que la mayoría no pudo.
Finally, I will end with a passage from the final inspection.
Finalmente terminaré con un pasaje de la inspección final.
Step forward now, policeman.
Avanza ahora, policía.
You've borne your burdens well.
Has llevado bien tus cargas.
Come walk the beat on heaven's streets.
Ven a caminar un rato por las calles del cielo.
You've done your time in hell.
Has cumplido tu tiempo en el infierno.
Rest easy, hero. We'll take it from here.
Descansa tranquilo, héroe. Lo haremos desde aquí. En el nombre de mi familia,
In the name of my family,
doy el más sentido pésamo a toda la familia Vázquez y Filger.
we give our condolences to the Vasquez family and the Felger family.
Siempre estaré orando por ustedes.
I will always remain praying for you all.
Job 14:14.
Job 14:14.
Si el hombre muere, ¿volverá a vivir?
If a man dies, will he live again?
Una pregunta que se hizo miles de años.
This is a question made years ago.
Por cientos de años no hubo respuesta a esta pregunta.
For hundreds of years, there was no answer to this question.
La pregunta la hizo el patriarca Job.
The question was asked by the patriarch Job.
Por muchos años nadie pudo responder eso.
For many years, no one was able to answer this question.
Pero llegó un día
But there came a day
que llegó un hombre
that a man came
llamado Jesús.
by the name of Jesus.
En el Evangelio según San Juan 11:25,
According to the book of John 11:25,
le dijo Jesús,
Jesus said,
yo soy la resurrección y la vida.
I am the resurrection and the life.
El que cree en mí,
He who believes in me,
aunque esté muerto, vivirá.
even if he is dead, will live.
La historia de la raza humana
The history of human race
es corta.
is short.
Nacemos y vivimos,
We are born and we live,
mas no sabemos cuándo vamos a morir,
but we don't know when we are going to die,
ni sabemos cómo vamos a morir,
nor do we know how we are going to die
ni dónde vamos a morir.
or where we are going to die.
No lo sabemos.
We do not know.
La vida del ser humano está en un hilito.
The life of a human being is in a thread.
Está establecido para toda la raza humana.
It is established for the entire human race.
Es un paso final,
It is a final step,
final para nuestras actividades.
the end for our activities.
Nuestro hermano ha muerto, pero el Señor nos da esperanza.
Our brother has died, but the Lord has given us hope.
Llegó uno llamado Jesús
Here came a man named Jesus,
y nos ha dado vida
and he has given us life,
y nos la da en abundancia.
and he gives it to us in abundance.
Ese paso final
That final step
es para nuestras actividades.
is for our activities.
Nuestro hermano ha muerto, pero el Señor nos da esperanza.
Our brother has died, but the Lord gives us hope.
Al final del versículo de primer libro de Samuel, capítulo 20, versículo 3,
At the end of verse 1, at the end of the verse of the book of 1 Samuel 23,
David le dice a Jonatán,
David says to Jonathan,
apenas hay un paso entre mí y la muerte.
there is only one step between me and death.
Puede ser hoy,
It can be today,
puede ser mañana,
it can be tomorrow,
puede ser en la calle,
it can be on the street.
no lo sabemos.
We don't know.
Pero eso Santiago, en el capítulo 4, versículo 14, hace una pregunta universal.
This is why in the book of James, James asks this universal question, James 4:14,
Porque, ¿qué es vuestra vida?
what is our life?
Como dice en el Salmo 103, versículo 15,
As it says in Psalm 103:15,
el hombre como la hierba son los días.
man as grass are days,
Florece como la flor del campo.
bloom like the flower in the field.
La vida es una belleza.
Life is a beauty.
Pero cuando llega la muerte, ahí se acaba todo.
But when death comes, everything ends there.
Salmo 103, 16,
Psalm 103:16,
que pasó el viento por ella
for the wind passed over her,
y pereció,
and she perished,
y su lugar no se conocerá jamás.
and her place will know her name no more.
El viento se compara a la muerte
The wind is compared to death.
y la muerte no se mira.
Death is not seen.
La muerte es como el viento
Death is like the wind,
y su lugar no se conocerá jamás.
and its place will no longer know it.
Quedan solamente recuerdos y queda el vacío.
Only memories remain and emptiness remains.
Pero la esperanza grandiosa es que llegaremos aquel día a esa promesa que la Biblia llama la gran resurrección.
But the great hope is that we will arrive at that promise that the Bible calls the great resurrection.
Juan 11:11.
John 11:11.
El Señor estaba junto a la tumba de su amigo que murió.
The Lord was at the grave of his friend who died.
Nuestro amigo duerme y voy a despertarle.
Our friend sleeps and I'm going to wake him up.
Jesús conocía nuestro destino.
Jesus knew our destiny.
Nuestro amigo que murió tenía muchos amigos.
Our friend who died had many friends.
Duerme.
He sleeps.
Quiere decir que es un sueño profundo.
That means that this is a profound sleep.
Habla de la gran resurrección de los muertos.
He speaks of the great resurrection of the dead.
¿Cuándo será esto?
When will this happen?
Cuando Jesucristo venga por su pueblo,
when Jesus comes for his church,
Él va a quedar en las nubes.
He will remain in the heavens.
Y enviará a sus ángeles.
And he will send his angels.
Él quedará en el aire.
He will remain in the air.
Mateo 24:31.
Matthew 24:31.
Y enviará a sus ángeles con gran voz de trompeta.
And he will send his angels with a loud trumpet call.
Y juntará a sus escogidos.
And they will gather his elect.
De los cuatro vientos, quiere decir del norte, del sur, del oriente o del occidente.
From the four winds, this means from the north, the south, the east, and the west.
Desde un extremo del cielo al otro.
From one end of heaven to the other.
Donde estén los cuerpos, se van a levantar a encontrarlo en el aire.
Wherever the bodies are, they will rise up and will be meeting with him in the air.
Daniel creía en Jesucristo.
Daniel believed in Jesus Christ.
Quiere decir,
this means
que Daniel no duerme para siempre.
That Daniel does not sleep forever.
Él se va a encontrar en el aire con Jesucristo.
But he is going to rise and meet with Jesus in the air.
Primera Tesalonicenses 4:17.
1 Thessalonians 4:17.
Luego nosotros los que vivimos,
then we who are alive,
los que hayamos quedado,
who are left,
seremos arrebatados juntos con ellos en las nubes para recibir al Señor en el aire.
Will be caught up together with them in the clouds to meet the Lord in the air, and so we will always be with the Lord.
Y allí estaremos siempre con él.
And we will always be with the Lord.
Vamos a ver a Daniel.
We will see Daniel.
Nuestro hermano Daniel ha entrado a un eterno descanso.
Our brother Daniel has entered an eternal rest.
Eso lo dice Apocalipsis 14, versículo 13.
This is according to Revelations 4:13.
Está dando una palabra muy elegante de esperanza.
It is giving a very elegant word of hope.
Bienaventurados de aquí en adelante los muertos que mueren en el Señor.
Blessed are the dead who die in the Lord from now on.
Sí, dice el Espíritu.
Yes, says the Spirit.
Descansarán de sus trabajos.
They will rest from their work.
Porque sus obras con ellos siguen.
Because their works continue with them.
Nuestro hermano Daniel está descansando en el Señor.
Our brother Daniel is resting in the Lord.
Descansará de sus trabajos por ser memoria, pero su memoria sigue.
He will rest from his work, but his memory continues.
O sea, los recuerdos de Daniel.
This means the memories of Daniel.
Pero su espíritu ya está con Dios.
But his spirit is already with God.
El espíritu del hombre en Eclesiastés 12:7.
The spirit of man in Ecclesiastes 12:7.
Y el polvo vuelve a la tierra.
And the dust returns to the earth.
Como era.
As it was.
Y el espíritu vuelve al Dios que lo dio.
And the spirit returns to God who gave it.
Está hablando del cuerpo.
He's talking about the human body.
El cuerpo humano.
The human body.
Es un mandato.
It is a mandate.
Amós 4:12.
Amos 4:12.
Dice, prepárate para venir al encuentro de tu Dios, oh Israel.
Says, prepare to meet your God, O Israel.
Por cuanto le plujo a Dios Todopoderoso en su sabia providencia separar el alma de su cuerpo,
because it pleased the Almighty God in his wise providence to separate the soul from his body,
de nuestro amado Daniel,
from our beloved brother Daniel,
él duerme.
who sleeps.
Tierra, tierra,
Earth, earth,
ceniza, ceniza,
ash, ash,
con la gran esperanza de la gran resurrección final.
with the great hope of the great final resurrection.
Segunda de Corintios 13:14.
2 Corinthians 13:14.
La gracia del Señor Jesucristo,
The grace of the Lord Jesus Christ
el amor de Dios
and the love of God
y la comunión del Espíritu Santo
And the-
sean con todos vosotros. Amén.
and the fellowship of the Holy Spirit be with you all. Amen.
Oremos.
Let us pray.
Señor,
Lord,
te damos gracias este día
we thank you this day
por la vida de mi amigo Daniel.
for my friend Daniel's life.
Gracias, Señor, por estos tus siervos.
I thank you for these your servants.
Padre,
Father,
en el nombre de Jesús,
in the name of Jesus,
los cubrimos con tu sangre.
we cover them with your precious blood.
Que tu Espíritu Santo les guíe,
May your Holy Spirit guide them,
los fortalezca,
strengthen them,
les traiga confort,
bring comfort,
protégelos en su tarea diaria,
protect them in their daily task,
en sus familias,
their families,
en lo que hagan.
in everything that they may do.
En el nombre de Jesús.
In Jesus' name,
Amén.
amen.
Officer Gomez. Buenos días, oficial Gómez del departamento, el departamento de Kansas City, oficial del departamento de Kansas City. Do you have the other one? Do you have the Spanish version?
It is the Spanish version. Okay. Buenos días a todos. Esta es una oración de un oficial de policía.
This is a prayer from a police officer's standpoint.
Dios Todopoderoso,
God Almighty,
cuyo gran poder
whose power
y eterna sabiduría
and,
abarca el universo,
and eternal wisdom covers all the universe.
vela por todos los policías y
Watch over all the
agentes,
police officers
y agentes de la ley.
and the agents. Disculpa, sorry.
Protégelos de cualquier daño
Protect them from harm in
en el cumplimiento de su deber de detener el crimen,
the performance of their duty to stop crime,
los robos,
robberies,
los disturbios y la
riots,
violencia.
and violence.
Oramos.
We pray.
Ayúdales a mantener
Help them keep
nuestras calles
our streets
y hogares seguros de día y noche.
homes safe day and night.
Los encomendamos a tu amoroso cuidado porque su deber es peligroso.
We recommend them to your loving care because their duty is dangerous.
Concédeles tu fuerza
Grant them your unneeding strength
y valor inagotable en sus tareas diarias.
and courage in their daily assignments.
Querido Dios,
Dear God,
protege a estos valientes hombres y mujeres.
protect these brave men and women.
Concédeles tu poderosa protección.
Grant them your almighty protection.
Únelos de forma segura con sus familias
Unite them safely with their families
después de que el deber haya terminado.
after duty has ended.
Amén.
Amen. Now we will ask that all uniformed personnel be dismissed. You are dismissed. Ununiformed personnel, you are dismissed. Thank you so much. God bless you. Thank you for coming today. Familia, muchas gracias. Dios les bendiga. Hemos culminado. We have finished. God bless you. Uniformed personnel dismissed. Thank you. Thank you. Now, those that are remaining, thank you for coming. We are dismissed. Ahora los que hemos quedado ya hemos terminado. Se ha culminado. Dios les bendiga.
Yes, please.
You are looking live right now in North Kansas City at Vineyard Church, where the funeral service for Officer Daniel Vasquez just wrapped up, badge number 178. Just a emotional, painful ceremony and celebration of his life. Hearing just the wonderful things people had to say about this man.
Yeah, we heard from the pastor, Angel Olivas. We heard from a fellow officer, Nico Pablo, who graduated with Officer Vasquez in July of 2021 from the Regional Police Academy in Kansas City. And we heard also from Officer Steve Emmons, who is actually Officer Vasquez's roommate. They all shared stories that just painted a picture of who Officer Vasquez was. You know, there were even some lighthearted moments of laughter. They wanted this to be a celebration of his life, not a day necessarily of sorrow. And they did say those who die for a cause don't die in vain. The pastor also made a comment saying that this separation will not be eternal. So that really was the focus here, painting a picture of his life, of who he was, the funny moments, the smile that was always on his face, the jokes that he apparently was always making. They said that his laughter and his jokes were contagious.
Yeah, a hero fallen, as the pastor said, fulfilling his duties as a police officer. Just a very tragic day. Some of the words they used to describe Officer Vasquez: happy, playful, true, noble, honest, sincere, easygoing, infectious. You really got a good feel for who he was. And honestly, it was just a very moving ceremony. Right now, we do want to go to Morgan Mobley, who is live outside of that church for us. And Morgan, the procession will be going by you shortly. What can you tell us?
Yeah, as you can see behind me here, I'm going to step out so you can just get a look at what we're seeing. They are getting all set up and ready to go. A couple of things that really stuck out to us during that funeral was people from his police academy speaking. Somebody said, give Blaze a hug for us. We'll take it from here. Now, as a reminder, Blaze Madrid Evans, who was just 22 years old, an Independence police officer, he died in the line of duty last September. Blaze was in the same graduating class along with Daniel Vasquez and his fiance, Katie. One of the words that their instructor drilled into them over and over again in their 6 months together of training was the word together. And they said, by the grace of God, that word was given to them for a reason. They said, together, we made it through a 6-month training process. Together, we made it through when Blaze passed away. Together, we sit here and grieve. Together, we will get through this.
Yeah, absolutely powerful.
So again,
words.
we're just waiting for this procession. Yeah, very powerful words, and just to imagine what this group has been through, and all in the span of less than 1 year, just 2 tragedies, unthinkable tragedies. They're certainly stronger than you can even put into words. Again, we're waiting for this procession to begin. We know it will be stretching for quite a while before ending at the cemetery where he will be laid to rest. We've talked over and over about the ways they've described him. They say his smile just lit up the room. I've heard almost everybody that has spoken about him say that same thing. He had the ability to get along with anyone and everyone. He had no enemies. His family describes him as always smiling, again, joking, friendly to everyone. He was caring and supportive, respectful, compassionate, trustworthy, and protective of all who knew him. We have seen this huge turnout here today. A lot of that is thanks to surrounding agencies that have kind of taken on responsibilities of North Kansas City in terms of responding to emergency calls. Clay County Sheriff's Department, Kansas City Police Department, Kansas City Fire Department all stepping in today so that all city employees in North Kansas City can be here and pay their respects to Officer Vasquez.
Morgan, again, just talking about that Kansas City Regional Police Academy class, that was a class of 17 people, and now 2 of those heroes have now fallen. It is just unimaginable what they have gone through, and I guess the one silver lining there is that they're there for each other. To do it again today, not even a year after Officer Blaze Madrid Evans was also tragically killed in the line of duty.
Yeah, they said their world was turned upside down September of 2021 when Officer Blaze Madrid Evans was killed also in the line of duty. But they also mentioned how Officer Vasquez was the rock of the academy class, and insensibly just taken on duty, doing his job, doing what he loved, doing what he wanted to do in his life. And he did accomplish and fulfill that role of being a police officer. You know, that also was a big message. Even though he was taken on duty, on the job, he made it. He accomplished his dream of becoming a police officer and serving and protecting his community.
It's just it's a tough day for North Kansas City, the community who has really come together and shown up for Officer Vasquez. And now his blue family is behind his Officer Vasquez's real family.
Yeah, we did hear from
them.
multiple. Even the chief mentioning, "We are here for you. We are here for you, for the family of Officer Vasquez." And the service was bilingual. So we did hear both Spanish and English, the translations there, because Officer Vasquez is the first generation Mexican American born in KCK. So it was really touching to see that they were doing everything they could to make sure their family was understanding the whole service and the celebration of life.
And Officer Vasquez leaves behind his parents. He is the youngest of 3 siblings. He also leaves behind his fiance, who was also part of that academy class, that class of 17 people.
And an officer with North Kansas City Police Department, which
one
of the officers made a joke about it, a lighthearted moment, saying, you know, I told them, you guys are done for doing that. But then they also mentioned how they were meant for each other. One of his fellow officers, Officer Nico Pablo, mentioned that he would cut Officer Vasquez's hair every 2 weeks, like clockwork. And he says that the last time he saw him was actually July 15th. That was a Friday. Officer Vasquez died on a Tuesday, July 19th. And he said the last day that he saw him, they had a conversation. Those conversations would always turn up to be more than 2 hours. A 30-minute cut would turn into a 2-hour conversation. And that last conversation, they talked about how much they loved their significant others and how much Officer Vasquez loved his significant other, Katie. And he says he gave him a big hug and told him, "I love you and see you later, buddy." So a good reminder again to, he said, just hug your loved ones and really make sure that you value them and honor them while they are still here.
Again, the procession is about to begin here very shortly, and we will continue to cover that procession live on KCTV5. We're also streaming this on the KCTV5 app, but we want to remind you of the procession route in case you are going to be in that area or would like to observe it. So I believe we do have a map. I'm not sure if we can pull that up right now, but here's what's going to happen. They're going to go down Highway 169, Missouri Highway 9, to Armour Road, onto I-29 North. Here's that map right there, over to Antioch. This is going to go to 64th Street, and then it's going to end at the Whitechapel Memorial Garden Cemetery. We do have crews posted up all along the way. We have team coverage for you this morning covering this funeral of Officer Daniel Vasquez. And the next stop from the church will be at the North Kansas City Police Department, where Officer Vasquez's patrol car is sitting in, and it's turned into a memorial there. People bringing by flowers and tokens to remember Officer Vasquez. Just a very somber reminder of this tragedy. A hero taken way too soon, 32 years old.
That's a whole world ahead of you, a whole life ahead of you. And they did mention his family that in lieu of flowers, they wanted a donation to KC Pet Project. And one of the stories that they shared during that celebration of life funeral service was a story about Officer Vasquez and his significant other, Katie. They wanted to get a puppy, and you know, they ended up adopting. So obviously it's a special cause, that KC Pet Project donation that they want to make sure that people can make. And just make a note if you do make a donation there to say it is in honor of Officer Vasquez.
Let's check back in with Morgan again. Morgan, paint a picture for us. Where are you in terms of the front of that church, and what are you seeing from where you are?
Yeah, Gina, we are in the very front, kind of the main entrance of this church here, right next to this road where the procession will begin and it'll take off. And I want to remind you the significance of this church, Vineyard Church here in Kansas City. This is the very place where Officer Vasquez and his fiancee Katie served every single Sunday. They served as security here. The church posted on Facebook earlier this week, and they said it's been a heavy week for our city and community with the tragic, senseless loss of Officer Daniel Vasquez. He and his fiancee had been a few of our officers that had provided protection at our campus, and our hearts are absolutely broken. I also want to read you a statement Governor Mike Parson put out earlier. He said it takes a special type of individual to devote his or her life to public service and accept the risks and sacrifice that comes with protecting the public. Daniel Vasquez was willing to do that and more. It is tragic that senseless violence has taken the life of a young officer with such a bright future. Our prayers are with his family and the law enforcement community. Guys, back to you.
Morgan, thank you. And you can see that flag there at half-staff. Governors on both sides of the state line, Missouri and Kansas, have ordered flags to fly at half-staff at government buildings to pay respect to Officer Vasquez today.
And again, this is a very tight-knit community, North Kansas City, and Officer Vasquez is the first officer to lose his life and tragically be taken on the job like this. And this is going to impact this community for a long time to come. I mean, you could just tell the emotion today at this service. You just feel for all of them.
Yeah, I mean, law enforcement already is a tight-knit community, right? And then you have this department that is smaller than some other bigger departments in the metro. So absolutely. And we're talking about a regional police academy too. So these officers don't necessarily work all in the same department. They go on to serve in other departments, other metro police departments. So they know one another. Like we were saying, Blaze Madrid Evans worked for the Independence Police Department, but they knew each other. They you know, toughed it out for about 6 months in that class, in that regional class. So definitely a tight-knit community where everybody kind of knows everybody in North Kansas City.
Right, it's a special bond for sure. I'm not sure if we can get out and see a live picture of the North Kansas City Police Department where Nathan Vickers has been standing by this morning, waiting for that procession to go that way. But just to see that memorial that's been growing for Officer Vasquez there. Looks like this is a live look right now outside of the North Kansas City Police Department. So people are lining up to see this procession. And the police department is about 20 minutes or so away from the church. Obviously, this is going to be an extremely large procession. There's been a very large turnout. So traffic will be impacted. You should expect delays. There will be a lot of people on the side of the road paying their respects to Officer Vasquez, a hero taken too soon. And yeah, Nathan, I'm not sure if you can hear us. Have you been talking to anyone out there? What have they been saying?
Yeah, I've actually been walking up and down the street. I've interviewed a few people as they're kind of waiting. And I think everyone here is really touched by how many other people are out showing their support. So if you look down the line, you see people, they've made signs. This one here says, "Always on our hearts." As you go down, it looks like some people brought some posters that say, "We stand with the North Kansas City Police Department." There's a lot of veterans out here. There's a lot of people who are wanting to show support to the police department. You know, a lot of people who've never even met Officer Vasquez are out here, but they've interacted with other North Kansas City police officers, and they just want to show that respect and that honor to the department and show the support for the other officers who are grieving, other first responders who are grieving, and as a community, they want to just remind each other that they're here to lean on each other and support each other. There's a lot of people standing up now. I think they are realizing that the procession is going to be starting soon and that it's going to be making its way up here down Armour Boulevard. Now, traffic is moving now. At some point, they're going to shut down the street to let the procession through. If we turn around, we showed you this as they were putting it up earlier, but there's a really big, beautiful American flag right over Armour Boulevard, right here at Howell Street, that the Kansas City, Missouri Fire Department actually put up, and then the procession is going to pass right under there as it moves on down toward Officer Vasquez's final resting place. So it's really just a powerful environment out here. The clouds are sort of parting. There's a breeze coming in, and I think people are feeling that. It's a somber mood, but I think people are really looking forward to the opportunity to showing their support and showing that compassion toward Officer Vasquez and the other members of the North Kansas City Police Department. We'll send it back to you for now.
Nathan, thank you. And we did just get word that looks like the pallbearers are getting ready to bring Officer Vasquez's casket out of the Vineyard Church. You can see the fellow officers lining up now. Let's just take a moment and watch this.
And the pallbearers will be sergeants, officers, so people that knew him, worked with him, served with him.
Shout to the Lord. Yes. Nah.
You are right now watching continuing coverage here on KCTV5 of Daniel Vasquez's funeral. They just loaded his casket into
the
hearse and are getting ready for this large procession.
So the procession will take place there from Visitation Church, Vineyard Church, I should say, Vineyard Church, where they had a celebration of life. It was more than an hour service, and it was bilingual, so we heard both Spanish and English kind of testimonies of who Officer Vasquez was, what, you know, funny moments they had with him and painted us a picture of the officer, but also the person behind the badge, right?
Yes.
That's really what's been so hard. And we do have Morgan Mobley, who is live outside of Vineyard Church. Morgan, this was a big outpouring of folks that came, both law enforcement, but also family members and friends.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. Officer Vasquez was deeply, deeply loved, and you can just feel a sense of heaviness in the air here as you can see people pouring out of the church now. The procession is about to begin. He was just 32 years old, served on the force for 2 years, but in those 2 years, he made an impact deeper than words could even describe. Today, we know that to be true. But that does not take away. He had so much life ahead of him. This is just an image that absolutely breaks your heart and is such a reminder what our police officers do for us day in and day out and how they put themselves in front of danger for us. It's just hard to put into words, you guys, as we see everybody who knew him, who loved him, who called upon him, pouring out of this church right now on a day that they never saw coming.
Yeah, it's an extremely tough day as we celebrate North Kansas City Officer Daniel Francisco Vasquez. He was an officer with that department for 2 years, graduated from the Kansas City Police Academy in 2021 with 17 other officers, and now 2 members of that class have been killed tragically while serving their community.
And during that celebration of life, we heard from Pastor Angel Olivas, who said he met Officer Vasquez and his family when Officer Vasquez was young. So he said he saw him grow up. And one of the lighthearted moments, he said he liked to eat well. You heard a little laughter in the crowd. He said, he was always joking. He was a man who loved being at church. Never saw, the typical kid who's pulling on their parent's arm to leave. Hey, I want to go home. He loved being at church and actually served at the church. He played there at Vineyard Church. Always had some excellent behavior, so great skill when you want to be a police officer. And he said that his wife, the pastor said his wife was his Sunday school teacher and never, ever had a complaint about him. He said it was his dream to be an officer and he achieved it. And he said those who die for a cause do not die in vain. The separation will not be eternal, it's just temporary. And they really focused on God, on obviously their religion to get through this day, and focused on the scripture to kind of almost put an explanation of why to this senseless death.
We also heard a lot about his fiancée, Katie, who was also part of that Kansas City Regional Police Academy class, that class of 17 people. She also volunteered with him at the church. They did security at the church together. And multiple people talk about just how in love he was with this woman who is there today trying to wrap her brain around such a senseless act. But just hearing about her and, how happy they were, how much they had ahead of them. It's just a reminder that his life taken way too short at 32 years old.
Yeah, causing a ripple effect on so many other lives. His parents, his siblings, Katie, his officers.
We do want to get back out to Nathan Vickers right now, who is outside of the North Kansas City police station where a crowd is beginning to form. Nathan, have you been chatting with people out there? What are they saying?
Wanted to come out and show their support. In fact, I have 2 people over here. This is Alex and Ethan. And I understand you were actually at the services today. Can you tell me what it was like to actually be in the room for all of that?
Just very touching, moving. It was great to see the show support from everybody, all the precincts and everything that were there.
And did the 2 of you know Officer Vasquez, or did you just want to sort of show that support by appearing at the funeral and by being here today?
We didn't know him personally, but we do just live down the street, and when we heard about the incident, we definitely wanted to show our support. We visit these local restaurants and shops frequently, so we were very touched.
Something I've heard is that even people who had never met him personally, they feel sort of touched by this because North Kansas City is a smaller city, a smaller police department, and so I think people feel maybe a little closer to the officers. Do you get that sense?
Absolutely. Since the community's huge here, I actually work at North Kansas City Hospital right down the road too, so it's a great little community.
I've talked a lot today about seeing the people out here, and I've said earlier that some of the people have appreciated just seeing how many other people there are out here. What does this feel like to you, standing here and seeing dozens of people here on Armour Boulevard ready to watch all of this?
The show support is just phenomenal. I mean, that's all we commented on the drive down here from the service was like, wow, this is truly impressive.
Why do you think that is?
I think, in today's age, it's, we're all very polarized right now. So I think we can all get behind a common theme here and just show, someone died helping out, trying to protect us. And I think we can all get behind that.
Alex and Ethan, it's really nice to meet both of you. Thank you for coming out to show your support and for speaking with us briefly. Thank you very, very much. So we're seeing a lot of stories like this out here today as people come out. They feel something for the officer. You heard what they said, that it's a smaller city. They feel really close to their police department. They feel really close to the other officers in the department. And so they just wanted to come out here and show that by standing here and watching this procession go by and giving their honor, showing their respect in that way.
Nathan, thank you for allowing us to hear from some of the folks that are there, because you're right. A lot of people feel that way, and they have that reason why they're showing up there to just show their support. So thank you, Nathan. We'll check back in with you.
It's just a very harrowing day, and just a reminder of how fragile life is. We heard multiple people talking about, hug your loved ones. You just never know what's going to happen. And Officer Vasquez doing what he loved, what he wanted to do his entire life.
And not only that, that was his duty to serve. So he stops a car for a traffic violation, expired tags, which we know that traffic stops are one of the most deadly and riskiest for law enforcement. And this incident proves that. Officer Vasquez lost his life doing what he had to do. It was his duty to make sure that he's protecting, but also maintaining law and order.
And the community is really coming out today and showing their support for Officer Vasquez and his family and friends and Family in Blue. And we want to right now show you a live look of Shoal Creek Parkway, of the bridge there. There are some people who are starting to come out to show their respect for Officer Vasquez.
And we've seen a lot of these American flags. So the fire department coordinated to make sure that they had these flags raised at various stops on the procession route, which is about a 35-minute drive when we're talking normal speeds, right? So they're going to be obviously driving a little bit slower, but we know there will be law enforcement lined up along the way.
Now, this procession is all going to end at the Whitechapel Funeral Home, and that's where we find Greg Payne right now. And Greg, we see a couple people behind you there. Are they there to see this procession today?
Yeah, Gina and Carolina, there are a number of people that have come out to be able to see the procession here. And you'll notice a few things that are a little bit different from the last time you saw me before this all started. You'll notice that there are American flags that are laid down right here. A few people have put those out. And then if we take a look over on this left-hand side, you'll see across the street, there are a number of people that have gathered here. And as you had mentioned, there's going to be quite a bit of time in between the procession actually getting to this point. So it just speaks volumes to the fact that there are people that are already here that are waiting for this procession to pass here to be at the Whitechapel Funeral Home in Memorial Garden. So, I mean, it just speaks volumes to how tight-knit this community is, that there are people that would take time out of their day to be able to come here to recognize this fallen officer. There was one young lady that I saw that she was just walking, and then she realized what was going on today, and she told me, she said, "Hey, I'm going to my house, but you're going to see me. I'm going to be right back over here." So, I mean, once again, I mean, it just speaks to the community and how everybody comes together during a tragic situation like this.
And there at that cemetery is where they are going to have all professional law enforcement honors that are going to take place. So, Greg, thank you so much. A lot of people showing their support, and I mean, as Greg just mentioned, even people that get inspired had no idea maybe that it was happening today, but want to be there to pay their respects to an officer who died on the job.
Right, who gave his life for all of us. I think just going back to what one of the officers said, Officer Pablo, during that service today, he was friends, he was in the academy with Officer Vasquez, and he was talking about this is now the second person in their class that they've lost, and he said a word that was just reiterated over and over again in the academy was together. And he said, together, they made it through 6 months of training, which that alone, right, is a lot.
Yeah, we know that it's not easy.
Right. Together, they got through Officer Blaze Madrid Evans passing away. Together, they grieve. And together, they're going to get through this by continuing to serve and protect the ones that made the ultimate sacrifice. And that's what all of these people are coming out here to do, to pay their respects to this officer who made the ultimate sacrifice.
And it's almost like that word was meant for them, that
Right.
together. You know, they said their world was rocked the day that Blaze Madrid Evans was killed while serving, and that was in September of 2021. So not even a year later, they said they were kind of bracing themselves for this 1-year anniversary. And then July 19th, 2022, you know, somebody else from their class passes away, is killed on duty. You're taking a live look right here. This is Shoal Creek, where people are lined up, just one of the many stops along the procession route. A lot of people with American flags just waiting to be able to pay their final respects to Officer Daniel Vasquez. 32 years old, 2 years on the job as a law enforcement officer for North Kansas City Police Department. He is the first North Kansas City police officer now to die in the line of duty. A very small department, so this has hit very hard. The procession hasn't started yet. You're taking a look there on your right-hand side of the hearse, waiting for that procession to begin. That's taking place, taking off from Vineyard Church and then traveling to North Kansas City Police Department, where they will take a pause. They will take a moment there. Officer Vasquez's squad car is now serving as a sort of memorial, people dropping off flowers, mementos, and flags as well. So they'll take a pause there before heading to where Greg Payne was, Chapel Memorial Gardens, for Officer Vasquez's final resting place.
You are watching KCTV5, and we just want to go through that procession route again for you. We do have team coverage today, people lined up along that route, so you can see this procession as it unfolds live. We are streaming this also on our KCTV5 Facebook page and our mobile app. That procession route, it's going to travel down Highway 169, Missouri Highway 9, go through Armour Road onto I-29 northbound, then over to Antioch. It's going to go to 64th Street, and then it's going to end where we just saw Greg at the Whitechapel Memorial Gardens Cemetery.
And it looks like that procession is about to begin. It's beginning there. The flag, half-staff. We know that Kansas Governor Laura Kelly, Missouri Governor Mike Parson, both ordered flags to fly half-staff today in honor of Officer Vasquez. A lot of elected officials paying their respects.
Let's get over to Morgan Mobley, who is alive at the front of this church right now. Morgan.
Yeah, we can see a stream of police cars now exiting the church here. We expect to see the pallbearers very soon. This is a sight North Kansas City Police Department has never seen before. Their own being carried out in a flag-draped casket, as you guys just mentioned a moment ago. This is, again, the first line-of-duty death for the North Kansas City Police Department, and you can certainly feel it out here today.
There are going to be many touching moments throughout this procession route, so we also want to kind of give those moments a chance to just be.
Right.
So there'll be moments where we'll interject or jump in and share a little bit about the celebration of life, different stories that we heard in that funeral service, but also moments where we know people will want to just
take it in,
listen in. Yeah.
I mean, this is a hard day. This is a heavy day for this community. And that celebration of life, it was beautiful, but it reflected the honor that Vasquez's service and dedication had, the admiration people have for him. It's a very tough day. And we are again taking a live look as this procession is beginning to leave the Vineyard Church in North Kansas City, making its way to North Kansas City Police Station, where Officer Vasquez's patrol car is sitting as a memorial to him.
And he might have been a young officer, only 2 years. You know, we could say 2 years as a North Kansas City police officer, but he was serving before that. You know, they mentioned he served as a security guard in Wyandotte County, Kansas, as well as Jackson County, Missouri, working security for various businesses, always wanted to protect. At one point was recognized by the force for arresting a suspect wanted for attempted murder. I mean, that's incredible. And then also received the Medal of Valor from North Kansas City Police Department, his own police chief describing him as a shining star for the department. So obviously somebody who had a long career ahead in law enforcement and would have done a lot of great and good things in our community.
Let's take a moment just to watch some of these folks here paying their respects to Officer Vasquez.
We want to get back out to Morgan Mobley, who has been live outside of Vineyard Church, where they had the celebration of life for Officer Daniel Vasquez, North Kansas City police officer. Morgan, that procession is beginning, and we know that there were a lot of law enforcement and then also a lot of family and friends that went to that service. So this is going to be a procession that might take a while.
Yes, Carolina, it certainly will. And I just want to point out how many different agencies are here. It is just incredible. We've got Olathe passing by right now. We've had airport police. We've had Tonganoxie, Mission Hills. I mean, the list just goes on and on. In fact, I can't think of a single agency that has not been represented here. We have KCPD, KCK, Sheriff's Department, so many different agencies all coming together, independents, and you have to wonder, gosh, how they find the strength to get up tomorrow, to go back into work after a day like today. It's all I can think about. Bonner Springs going by right now. I mean, the list just goes on and on. You guys can see it for yourself as well.
Yeah, and I keep thinking about all the families of these officers, all these brothers and sisters, these people that serve these communities, and every day not knowing if that person's going to come home. I mean, it is a sacrifice for these families. I can't imagine what they're feeling after something like this. And this is now a second officer in less than a year in this community. First North Kansas City here with Officer Vasquez, and then in September of last year, Blaze Madrid Evans, who was serving for Independence Police, who both just happened to be from the same police academy class, but losing two officers tragically, senselessly, like this.
And we heard at the vigil from relatives of Officer Vasquez mentioning that fear that they have and questioning, are you sure you want to be a police officer?
Yeah.
You know, are you sure you're going to be safe? And he was never, it was never a concern for him. He said, I want to keep you safe. That was his drive, and that was his mission, and he did that. This is a live look at Shoal Creek, and now we're back at Vineyard Church, but that image of a lot of people gathering both at the church, at Shoal Creek, one of the routes along the way, and then also at the North Kansas City Police Department, where they are going to pause and take a moment there. That is where Officer Vasquez's squad car was placed, and then people have started making it a memorial with flowers and other items as a way to honor Officer Vasquez. And Nathan Vickers is out at the North Kansas City location. He's been speaking to people who didn't know him, but wanted to make sure that they were there as a way to pay tribute.
Right. How powerful is that? You know, right now, this is Shoal Creek Parkway. You can see that procession making its way down. Let's watch this.
Okay, Andy's live view is low on battery, so he's switching things out right now.
So that means I need to kill my shot at some point in time for like a minute.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna do it now.
Okay.
You were taking a live look here, 11:35 at the procession for Officer Daniel Vasquez. This is 169 Highway. The procession just taking off from Vineyard Church not too long ago. And we have seen a number of law enforcement agencies. Morgan Mobley was mentioning, you know, you see Olathe, KCK, Kansas City Police Department, sheriff's deputies.
Airport
also,
police,
yeah. I mean, law enforcement is a small community in a way, and they know that the risks, but also the importance of their job and the duty to serve, so they're coming together. We know North Kansas City, the entire force, law enforcement, is off today so they can attend this. So other law enforcement agencies are going to be responding to their calls this morning and afternoon.
And you can see on the, this is at Shoal Creek Parkway, you can see folks on the other side of the highway there pulling over, paying their respects, letting this procession go by. We are hearing from our team on the ground at the church that the hearse has still not left with Officer Vasquez's body. This is a very large turnout, and it's going to take some time, this procession. So expect delays if you are going to be in that area this afternoon. We will be covering this entire procession live here on KCTV5. This shot right here, this is a live look from the North Kansas City Police Department just outside, and you can see there is that group of folks who have lined the streets there, a lot of them who don't even know this officer, to pay their respects today. Just an emotional, difficult day. But I love that this community is coming together yet again to support his family, his co-workers, his family in blue.
Touching moment here as other law enforcement officers salute. And this is another look at Vineyard Church. That is where the celebration of life, the funeral service for Officer Daniel Vasquez of North Kansas City Police Department, started just a little bit past 9 this morning. And it was a bilingual service. He was a first-generation Mexican-American born in Kansas City, Kansas. So they made sure to incorporate Spanish as well into that service. We heard from the pastor at the church where Officer Vasquez also served. And we heard from other law enforcement, an officer who actually was part of that regional police academy and graduated with Officer Vasquez about a year ago, July 8th of 2021. And then we also heard from another officer who was actually his roommate, and he said that it was great to have Officer Vasquez as a roommate. He said his smile, his jokes were so infectious. He just had such a bright light to him and brought so much life to his life.
It was really just a powerful service, and you really got a sense for who Officer Daniel Vasquez was. And I mean, we have heard since this senseless accident happened a week ago, we have heard the same things over and over. He was always happy. He was always playful, honest, sincere, always smiling, eager, easygoing.
Noble and obedient. Those two words really struck me. You know, somebody who's noble, kind, it's a kind heart. And then the obedience factor, they mentioned how he was just destined to be in law enforcement. That's what he wanted to do. It was his dream, and he accomplished it.
Just really characteristics, things that we could all learn from. I believe Officer Pablo said that. We all could learn something from him.
He mentioned how he was the rock of their class, but he also brought up a story of the academy class, and he said how one time they got in trouble, and we know the police academy is tough. It's 6 months, but it's a tough process, and they had to do a variety of workouts, including burpees. But he said that Officer Vasquez came up to him afterwards and just kind of gave him a smirk, almost like, let's go again, but made him feel good after that, you know. So definitely somebody who was always there for his colleague, his fellow officer.
They also said Daniel Vasquez would want them to be strong right now. And this is a very hard time to be strong. But those officers, this community, everyone is pulling together, and we'll get through this together. This outpouring of support, this procession is just a testament to this officer and who he was and what an incredible person he was.
And that procession's still going there, 169 highway, leaving from Vineyard Church and traveling there to Missouri 9 South, and then going to Armour Road, to I-29 35 North, to Antioch North, to 64th Street East, and then finally ending at Whitechapel Memorial Gardens. That is where they will have the full professional law enforcement honors that'll take place at the cemetery. Here's a map of that. So obviously with this procession happening this morning going into the early afternoon, there will be shutdowns and likely delays. So if you are headed out to any of these areas, that is something to keep in mind. And one of the longest stops along the route is going to be kind of almost like a halfway point. It's going to be at the North Kansas City Police Department. They are taking a bit of a detour to stop by the North Kansas City Police Department in order to just stop one last time at the place where he served for 2 years. So on the left there, 169 highway, the procession. To the right in that smaller box, that is the hearse where the pallbearers, which included sergeants and other officers, loaded Officer Vasquez's body into a casket. And here's that procession still filing out of Vineyard Church this morning.
Right now we want to continue our team coverage of Officer Daniel Vasquez's funeral service today, this procession making its way to the North Kansas City Police Department, and that is where we find our Nathan Vickers, who has been talking with some of the people who have been showing up for this. And Nathan, it's just so powerful because most of them didn't even know him.
That's exactly right. And if you look all around me, you can kind of get an idea for just how big this crowd is. There's people lined up all down the street. You could say dozens of people, maybe close to 100, maybe more than 100. And they're all waiting on this procession for this somber and powerful moment that we're expecting, where the procession comes up the street and makes a stop right here by City Hall. You can see City Hall's right over there across the street. Those offices are closed for the day. So is the police station, so that city employees could attend the funeral. Now, most of these people here, they didn't know Officer Vasquez personally. Some of them aren't even from North Kansas City, but they wanted to come here and pay their respects. They wanted that moment where they could honor the procession as it came by. You can see a lot of flags. You see a lot of the blue and black police, back the blue flags. You see a lot of handmade posters, a lot of sort of pre-made signs, all saying that they stand with the North Kansas City Police Department. And I think what that says, and what people have voiced to me, is that they want to support the officer, and they want to support the law enforcement community. So the North Kansas City police officers, Kansas City, Missouri Police Department officers, and officers in other departments that are grieving from this loss, who knew Officer Vasquez. And they also just want to remind officers that they have community support, that these men and women work in dangerous jobs sometimes, and they want to make sure that they know that they feel supported in all of this. So I think we're seeing a lot of good support out here. We're still waiting on that procession to come by, but until then, I think people are content just to stay out here. It's a very low-key environment. You're not hearing a lot of noise. People are somber. I think they are waiting for this, and I think they are feeling sad and grieving with the rest of the community here. But I think they're also looking forward to being able to show their respects like this.
Nathan, you're so right. Again, just a testament to Officer Vasquez and the sacrifice that he has made for our community. We're going to check back in with you in a little bit. Right now, let's take another live look. I believe, this is back at the church. So the Vineyard Church, you can see that procession continuing to just stream out of there. And I believe, I don't know, Morgan, if you can hear me, but have we seen the casket leave yet?
No, Gina, we have not seen it leave yet.
So we are still waiting for that then, but a big outpouring, and we're talking not only police officers, we're talking first responders. So the fire department also helped out a lot today in honoring Officer Vasquez. We can see the hearse right here, but they helped put up flags, big flags, along the route where Officer Vasquez's body will be making the procession down through our community.
There's one of those flags right now.
Yeah. And it's a beautiful sight. And one of the striking moments that we're going to see and we're kind of waiting on is that stop at North Kansas City Police Department, where we just heard Nathan Vickers, and obviously a lot of people lined up, but also just along the entire route. Right here, taking a look, people who have come out with their own flags, honoring law enforcement. And we saw on 169 highway, which is kind of one of the first I would say like stops on the route, but just like the route that they're taking, people pulled over on the side of the road waiting. That's powerful. And something to keep in mind as this procession goes on into the early afternoon is to make sure that if you are headed to any of those routes, you might experience some delays. Those are the folks there, those three cars that we were mentioning, 169 highway, where they are stopped on the side of the road, hats off, hands on chest, just paying their respects because they know that Officer Vasquez's body is going to be coming by at any moment once it leaves Vineyard Church. This is one of the first areas where they will drive by before heading to Missouri Highway 9. Armour Road, I-29, 35 North, then to Antioch, and ending at East Chapel Memorial Gardens, where he will get his full law enforcement professional honors at that cemetery. That's his final resting place.
And we have talked to the police chief, Kevin Freeman, quite a bit since this happened last week. And some of the things that he said about Officer Vasquez have really just stuck out, just calling him a phenomenal person, easy to talk to, saying he didn't have any enemies. Everyone was his friends. So it's just senseless.
We all know somebody like that, so it's easy to identify and feel that pain that we know that the family and colleagues are feeling as well, his friends. It's senseless.
Right, we just lost a great human, is what he said. And this is going to be a struggle for a while. Again, Officer Vasquez is the first officer that North Kansas City has ever lost in the line of duty. And so the police chief said that, you know, the officers are going to struggle for a long time to come to grips with what happened and to be ready to still go out there every day and do their job. Crime doesn't stop. These officers can't stop. And I think it was Morgan who said, you know, waking up tomorrow and having to do this after burying a family member today, I just can't imagine.
But the officers are almost finding that strength too. You know, we heard from Officer Nico Pablo, Officer Steve Emmons, and they almost said, well, we'll take it from here. You know, we got it. We feel almost the sense of duty to make you proud, speaking to Officer Vasquez. You know, they know that he's looking down on them today. Even in this shot right here, we can see toward the right-hand side, other law enforcement parked and first responders parked, standing outside that route as part of the procession. You can see traffic also isn't flowing through this area, so expect some delays if you are trying to travel through any of these areas that we've been mentioning that are going to be part of the procession route today. The hearse has not left and the procession is still filing out. So something to keep in mind, this is a very large outpouring of law enforcement agencies that are taking part in this procession today.
Officer Vasquez, he was shot and killed the morning of July 19th. He was just conducting a routine traffic stop right near 21st Street and Clay Street. And shot by that vehicle's driver. Eventually, that person turned themselves in. Just a senseless tragedy that happened. We heard that Officer Vasquez, he loved playing soccer, baseball, wrestling, video games. He loved to cook and try new foods. He also loved working out and going to the rodeo. Just so many lovely memories and things that we've heard about him today. And just
hobbies, right?
Right.
Yeah, you know, hobbies. He played the drums, and he played the drums at the church as well as other instruments. That church, Vineyard Church, where they actually had that service, a bilingual service for Officer Vasquez. Heard from the pastor and other law enforcement as well. And this is a look at North Kansas City Police Department. So that procession, the start, the very beginning of it, is finally making its way now to the North Kansas City Police Department. That is where it'll take the longest stop on the route and take a moment to honor Officer Vasquez. His squad car is now a memorial with flowers and other mementos. So when they do make that stop here at North Kansas City Police Department, we will be silent. We'll let this moment breathe and just allow folks to take it in and pay their respects.
So from here, they're going to the Whitechapel Funeral Home, which is where we've been seeing Greg Payne. So to get from the church, Vineyard Church, up to North Kansas City Police Department, that's about 20 minutes. And then from here, the North Kansas City Police Department to the funeral home, that's about another 13 minutes. So this is the route of the procession. You're seeing it on your screen right now. And we do have KCTV5 team members posted up at different spots along the way to give you live looks of the people who are coming out to honor Officer Daniel Vasquez. This again, this shot is, I believe, near the church. Correct me if I'm wrong, producers, but near the church. We are still waiting for the hearse to leave the church. Here's the Vineyard Church. We want to check back in with Nathan Vickers, who is at the police department this morning.
It looks like the driver might be getting ready to pull out with that hearse. So we'll go to Nathan first, and then if that hearse does leave, we'll come back to that image.
And Nathan, it looks like that procession has made its way to the police department, right?
Yes. So what you're seeing, and I'm kind of stepped it back out of the way so that you can kind of see what's going on. This is kind of the front end of the funeral procession. So right now we're seeing a lot of police vehicles from other departments coming through. They're flashing their lights. So this is kind of the front end of the line. So it'll be a little bit before the casket actually passes by the North Kansas City Police Department now. But they do have Armour Road closed off. And we're going to see some of this for a while, and then at some point we'll have that moment where the procession actually stops in front of the North Kansas City Police Department. But when the flashing lights started to come by, people actually stepped out. So they'd been sitting, and now they're out. They're watching closely, waiting for that moment. And you see a lot of them are holding signs. They're waving flags, and I think there's even a few people I see who are saluting as well. So I think this is really powerful to see. People are being very quiet and respectful. In fact, I might even just take a minute and let this all kind of pass, just to give people around me a little bit of quiet time. So let's just take a minute and watch all of this happening. So as we let that all kind of go by, I've been just kind of watching some of the other departments that we've seen. I've seen a lot of Missouri Highway Patrol vehicles. I've seen Parkville Police Department. I've seen the Buckner, Missouri Police Department, Independence, Missouri, Airport Police. So there's a lot of area support for this. And a lot of times at events like these, you'll even see police officers coming in from other states as well, joining these processions. And so I wouldn't be surprised if you see some officers from Kansas or even Colorado or even other parts of the country who are just coming by to kind of show their support for this. This has been really powerful to watch. People have been emotional when they've talked to me. Some people have been angry, some people have been sad, and I think you're seeing all of that here. So we'll keep watching this procession here, and we'll keep waiting on the moment that we've kind of been building to, which is that stop here at the City Hall and Police Department, where they will give Officer Vasquez one last stop at the station before moving on to his final resting place.
And Nathan, we see just a wide range of ages out there, from young, babies to folks that are a little bit more mature. What have some of the folks told you as their reasoning for why they decided to be there today?
Yeah, young and old. We've even seen a couple of school groups that have been out here. And I talked to one man who was here with his kids. And he said he just kind of wanted to show them, and these are his words, he said, I want to show them what's right. I want to show them the right thing to do. And I think that's how a lot of the people here are feeling. They feel like this is the right thing to do, to come out and show their support to a fallen officer. I think that's especially true for people who live and work in North Kansas City or close to North Kansas City, because as we've said throughout this coverage, this is a community affair. This is people feeling like they've lost a member of their community, not just a police officer, not just someone who is doing their job, but they lost an officer, they lost a church friend, they lost a man who is regarded as a smiling and happy person who was jovial and liked to have a good time. And I think people are really aware of that. And I think people are really aware that they might have a friend who's a first responder or a police officer. And so they're here because they're supporting their friend by supporting Officer Vasquez. And so I think a lot of people wanted to pass that on to their families and to their kids. And so I think that's why you're seeing so many young people out here. And then at the other end, you're seeing, a lot of that older generation as well. You're seeing veterans who served. And I talked to a Navy veteran earlier who said, I used to work in a job like that. I used to put my life on the line. And so it's only right that I put my life on the line for someone else. That's a sentiment that we've heard several times today, is that people feel like this is the right thing to do.
Right, that act of selflessness, it's pretty powerful. Nathan, we'll continue to keep checking in with you. Right now, we were just showing a moment ago, that was the hearse getting ready to go. You can see this is at the Vineyard Church. The vehicles leaving that parking lot, it was completely packed before. It's almost empty as this procession continues out of Vineyard Church in North Kansas City to go past North Kansas City Police Department, then make its way to the cemetery, Whitechapel Funeral Home. And I don't know if we can check back in with Morgan, but there have been so many agencies just involved in this today, just like a huge outpouring of support. And Morgan, I don't know if she can hear us, but if she could just describe, some of the people that she's been seeing go by, and as we get ready to see Officer Vasquez's body in that hearse leaving the Vineyard Church this morning.
Yeah, Gina, as we have talked about the countless different agencies we've seen, we've talked about just the pure solidarity of all, they all have different agencies, they all have different titles and names of the places they work for, but they all are on the same team, and that is so evident, so clear here today. Something I noticed this morning, it started out rainy, it started out dreary. And then just as the funeral began, as this procession has started, the sun began to peek out. And I think that really closely mirrors everything we've been told about Officer Vasquez. He brought light with him everywhere he went.
I love that, Morgan. It's so true. I was thinking about that earlier. We had a rough morning weather-wise, and now it's just beautiful out there for this honoring of Officer Vasquez, honoring this fallen hero who is gone way too soon, just 32 years old, 2 years on the North Kansas City Police Force, just over and over called a phenomenal person, someone who lit up the room, someone who wanted to be a police officer his entire life. He died doing just this amazing cause. The pastor said, those who die for a great cause never die in vain. And that is a powerful statement.
And we are just moments away from watching Officer Daniel Vasquez's body here in the hearse take off from Vineyard Church, where they had the celebration of life. It lasted a little over an hour. You can see police escort there on motorcycles. It's about to take off. As Gina was mentioning, that parking lot at Vineyard Church was packed. I mean, the service started
just after 9:15.
About 15-20 minutes after. And because there was just people still filing in when it was supposed to start at 9. A lot of law enforcement showing support today. This is a small community that needs people to rally around them right now, and that is exactly what we are seeing from the Metro community today, not only from law enforcement, but from people who didn't know Officer Vasquez, who, as Nathan mentioned, just wanted to bring their kids and show them, this is the right thing to do. You should pay your respects to a fallen officer.
Officer Vasquez, a first-generation Mexican-American born in Kansas City, Kansas, We heard his roommate say, you know, he moved in with him at first just because he needed an address in North KC because he wanted to work for that department. And then, you know, he moved in and they became great friends. Yeah, just amazing things to say about him and his fiance, Officer Vasquez, leaving behind his fiance, Katie, who graduated the academy with him. He's the youngest of 3 siblings. And here right now is the hearse. Let's watch this. What a picture right there, as that procession with Officer Daniel Vasquez leaves Vineyard Church in North Kansas City and is making its way to North Kansas City Patrol, where it will stop and go past a memorial of Officer Vasquez's patrol cruiser and make its way to the Whitechapel Funeral Home and Cemetery, where that procession will end.
Yeah, just a beautiful sight with that American flag, many flags put up by the fire department along that procession route. Just beautiful, beautiful to see it. So Vineyard Church, it's located on Arrowhead Traffic Way in Kansas City, and it's going to go down 169 highway. We've already seen a few cars that actually pulled over as that procession was first beginning on the highway to pay their respects. Yep. This is a combination of law enforcement as well as what we would call civilians, you know, family, friends that showed up for that celebration of life. And then travel to Armour Road, I-29, 35 north to Antioch, and then Whitechapel Memorial Gardens. So these areas are going to be impacted in terms of traffic, something to keep in mind if you are heading to or from this area this afternoon.
Just a huge turnout on this very somber day. North Kansas City, of course, a very tight-knit community, and Officer Vasquez is the first officer in that department's history to die in the line of duty. So this will have a very lasting impact on that station, that community, and those folks are coming out today to show their support for his family. It's pretty powerful to watch all of these people.
And it's going to be very tough too for the regional academy class. That class 171 graduated 2021, July, about a year ago. And they have experienced already 2 deaths in their class of 17 officers that went on to serve in various departments, one of those being in Independence. Officer Blaze Madrid Evans, you may recall him. He served in Independence, had only been on the job a few shifts when he was killed in the line of duty. Also somebody who we talked about wanting to make law enforcement and serving the community his career, his life, and cut too short, didn't get to necessarily fulfill all of the dreams that he wanted to. And now Officer Daniel Vasquez, killed at 32, also in the line of duty just about a week ago.
Just a tremendous loss. And that class, that academy class, it was only 17 people. I mean, losing one of their brothers or sisters, I can't even imagine. And now two. And Officer Blaze Madrid Evans, he got killed tragically September 15th last year. So we're not even on a year, that anniversary. And one of their other classmates, here's a picture of both of them here. One of their classmates spoke at that ceremony today, Officer Poplo, and he said that in the academy, they had a word that was engraved in their soul, and it was together. And he said that they were given that word for a reason. Together, they made it through 6 months of training. Together, they leaned on each other when Blaze passed away. Now, together, they're grieving again, and together they're going to get through this by continuing to serve and protect for the ones that made the ultimate sacrifice, for Blaze and now for Daniel Vasquez.
And we just saw Officer Daniel Vasquez's body traveling on 169 Highway South. That is the end of the procession in a way. His body making its way to North Kansas City Police Department. Some cars still leaving Vineyard Church here where they had that funeral service. But the next stop will be North Kansas City Police Department, where there are people lined up on both sides of the street, young and old, families who knew maybe Officer Vasquez, who attended the service, and then other families who didn't. Just take a look at this image here. You know, we have an older man waiting to pay his respects to Officer Vasquez, but also letting other law enforcement agencies know that they are standing with him today. And then a family just off in the distance, little kids holding posters, flags. And that procession will take a pause at North Kansas City Police Department. That is where our Nathan Vickers is. And we will be taking a moment of silence once we get there.
And it looks like now, this is Greg Payne, and he is at Whitechapel Funeral Home. And Greg, it looks like some of that procession has made its way to you now. What are you seeing?
Yeah, right now we're seeing what a lot of the other reporters had previously seen, the procession. We're starting to see the beginning of it. And I mean, we talked about it for a while, but I mean, it just speaks volumes, not only to the amount of community members that are here, but it hits you a different type of way when you see the different police departments that are here. I mean, some of the police departments, you're seeing both on the Kansas side, you're also seeing police departments on the Missouri side. I'm actually seeing police departments that I've never even heard of the city before. So, I mean, it just speaks volumes to the brotherhood that they all come together, the brotherhood and the sisterhood, that they all come together for one common theme right here, to recognize one of their fallen brothers. And it's just one of those situations. I mean, right here you have Bonner Springs. It just hits you a different type of way when you see all those vehicles. I've heard Morgan and Nathan talking about it, but just to actually see it here. But you are starting to see a number of people actually filing in here to witness the procession right here. And I'll just give it a minute right here as you can see the vehicles passing through. I'll just give it a moment.
You are taking a live look at Whitechapel Memorial Gardens, where the procession for Officer Daniel Vasquez has reached that cemetery. And this is where all professional law enforcement honors will take place for Officer Daniel Vasquez. He was killed last week, Tuesday, serving a routine traffic stop. And here's another look. This is from the North Kansas City Police Department. Just a number of agencies showing up to this service. Here's just a little bit of what our crews on the ground have seen. They've seen law enforcement from as far as Joplin, Baldwin, Jackson City, Clay City, Springfield, Council Bluffs, Gardner, Richmond, Edwardsville, St. George. Locally, we've seen Shawnee, Overland Park, including Homeland Security, Airport Security as well, Gladstone, Lawrence, Liberty, Green Valley, Wichita, Independence. So just a huge display of support for the community. A lot of family and friends also being participating in this procession today. We heard from some of them at that Celebration of Life funeral service that happened at Vineyard Church. And we are waiting for the moment where Officer Vasquez's body makes its way to the North Kansas City Police Department, takes a moment there and pauses. They'll do the end of watch as well.
This is a live look from the church where they had overflow parking on the grass here, and you can see more people just making their way out of there. You know, we have seen hundreds of vehicles go by, hundreds. The turnout, the support this community is showing is just pretty incredible. Morgan Mobley is live at that church for us. And Morgan, we heard just a beautiful picture was painted about Officer Vasquez today. And I do think this turnout just speaks to that.
Gina, it absolutely does. I think sometimes we can all wonder, am I making a difference in my corner of the world? And just this overflow of parking kind of answers that question about Officer Vasquez, his legacy he left behind in just a matter of 32 years, as we just saw our fallen hero leaving the church he served for the last time. He died in uniform. He was carried out by his fellow officers in uniform. Now, this is a sight the North Kansas City Police Department has never seen before, as you guys have mentioned. Their own being taken away in a hearse. This is the first line of duty death for the department. It's a powerful image and something that really just took my breath away as we were watching the hearse. Right behind it was the cars that the family members were in. And I did happen to catch one family member that had her phone out and she was recording everything going around. Just all of the support. I have to imagine that she's going to be clinging to that video in the days to come to know that she is surrounded by support. And I think that's such a powerful image that we'll end on here, is just reminding everyone how much the family, both physical family and the family of police officers, will need everybody's support in the coming days, weeks, and months ahead. You guys, from here, the hearse will be heading to the North Kansas City Police Department. We'll send it back to you.
Morgan, thank you.
We are getting a live picture right now of some of the officers who have finally made their way to the cemetery. You can see them filing in right here. That trip from the church all the way to the cemetery is about 35 minutes or so, going past North Kansas City Patrol, that police department where Officer Vasquez's patrol car is serving as a little bit of a memorial for him. We can see now.
So this is at North Kansas City
Yeah.
Police Department, and we know that it took a while for the hearse to take off from Vineyard Church, but it already has. We've already seen it going through 169 Highway, and it's going to make its way here to the police department. So we are just waiting on that moment, that next stop, where we will see Officer Vasquez's body take a moment and a pause right there with his police cruiser, as you were mentioning, Gina. And families, kids, you know, folks that wanted to come out and pay respect, people holding signs in show of support. Here's another look again at that cemetery, Whitechapel Memorial Gardens Cemetery.
Just hundreds of officers making their way to this service.
And it's beautiful to see that even though this is such a small community when we're talking about North Kansas City, but every other law enforcement agency and city, I mean, from as far as we're talking Joplin, other communities that, you know, are so far away are coming here and wrapping their arms around North Kansas City today, the police department, but also the North Kansas City community, and helping them through what is a tough day. this is a small community. Everybody knows everybody kind of a deal, and it's tough.
His roommate said, you know, as hard as this is, we need to focus on the good, tell the stories, remember his signature smile. And it's hard to do that in these tough moments, but clearly Daniel Vasquez was a very special person and made a very big impact on his family, friends, his brothers and sisters in the force with him. And I hope they continue to carry that message with them during these tough times. He does leave behind a fiance who also worked with him, was also in the academy with him. 32 years old, just had so much life still ahead of him.
And we obviously saw some tears shed, tough moments where people got choked up when they were sharing their stories about Officer Daniel Vasquez, but also some lighthearted moments where there were laughs. And they say that was him, his signature smile, but also he apparently, once he got going on jokes, you couldn't stop him. So it was really nice to see them paint a picture for us of who he was. You know, not only an officer, he was a caring uncle. He was a brother who, you know, he had sisters, but even the sisters were protective of him. He was the youngest one. He was the baby of the family. You know, they mentioned that he was very friendly all the time, trusting, noble, compassionate, obedient. You know, everything you would want in a law enforcement officer, even his own police chief calling him a shining star.
Yeah.
You know, last week, whenever they were giving their press conference update, talking about what had happened and that Officer Daniel Vasquez had been shot and killed, they said, you know, this is tragic. This is senseless. You know, he was a friend to everybody, a great human being. They said that this is going to be a struggle for the police department for Kansas City, but as well for other law enforcement agencies in the metro, for the officers to come to grips with what happened and be ready to go back to work tomorrow. Crime doesn't take a break and pause for this. You know, even the mayor was having a really hard time. They say the mayor knows all of his officers in North Kansas City. So it was a sad and tragic day. Today is also a sad and tragic day. But he said the North Kansas City community stands behind the police force.
And right here, this is a live look at Officer Vasquez's body going by again. Let's take a moment to watch this.
You're watching the procession for Officer Daniel Vasquez. He was a North Kansas City police officer, served on the force for 2 years. He was 32 years old, was shot and killed last week, July 15th, while serving a routine traffic stop, a car with expired tags. The driver of that car got out and shot him. Officer Vasquez was the youngest of three. He leaves behind his parents, his fiancee Katie, who also works for the North Kansas City Police Department. They both dreamed of being in the force. And some of the stories that were shared at the celebration of life this morning at Vineyard Church from some of his fellow officers were that they told him they were crazy for both being officers, serving in the same department, and wanting to kind of carry a romantic relationship. But at the end of the day, they said that the love that the two of them shared was evident, and they were destined to be together.
We also heard today in the celebration of life for Officer Daniel Vasquez about his dog and about the dog that he and his fiance got. And that is why the family was asking today, in lieu of flowers, to donate to Casey Pet Project. So that was a cause close to their heart, which I think is just so sweet. There's also multiple organizations that are fundraising for Officer Vasquez's family. So
the FOP Lodge, Price Chopper, you can donate at the register there. And then if you do make a donation to Casey Pet Project, they were just asking that you mention that it's for him, so they can tell the family just how much was raised. And our Nathan Vickers is live out at North Kansas City Police Department. Nathan.
Yeah, there's a lot of anticipation here. It's evident that the hearse is drawing closer, so when that happens, we're just going to take a moment of silence. But all down Armour Boulevard, people are out. They're waiting for this moment. You can see right across the street from me, there's someone with their hand over their heart, and then we're seeing a lot of that. People saluting, their hands on their heart. They're standing at attention. They're holding flags as they watch this procession come by. And we've talked about this a little bit, but there's a lot of families here, a lot of veterans, and a lot of people have told me that they wanted to come out because they felt like this was the right thing for them to do. And that was the hearse of Officer Vasquez going by. We're going to pause for a moment and just soak this all in, watch this scene unfold. Powerful moment as that casket went by in the hearse just a little bit ago. We're trying to keep our voices down to give people some time to process. People have been very quiet, very respectful throughout this time. And we've talked about this, but I'm really noting all of the different departments and vehicles and agencies that are out here as part of this. I think I've seen a group from Joplin, I've seen a group from Emporia, people from all over coming out to show their respect. And I think the procession is by, people are walking back now. Down the street you see some folks hugging. This is going to disperse a little bit quickly here, but this has been an emotional day for people. In fact, I think I'm feeling a little bit emotional just describing what other people have told me and what they're feeling, and that's to be expected because, as we've talked about, this is a smaller community. I think people expect their officers here to maybe be a little bit safer, but as we've seen, every officer puts their life on the line, and I think people feel that, and I think people want to show their support, and they want to show officers that they are here for them, they're here for their community. We'll send it back to you in the studio.
Yeah, Nathan, it's a hard day not to get emotional. I know we were watching that service. It's just hearing about this man and the sacrifice and just this outpouring of support from the community. It's just truly incredible. And we are all, out there in spirit today thinking of him and his family and his brothers and sisters in blue.
But so special that so many people decided to show up. The things they told you, Nathan, about we just wanted to be here to do the right thing. Thanks so much, Nathan. You are now taking a look at the Whitechapel Memorial Garden Cemetery. This is where Officer Daniel Vasquez will be laid to rest.
Now, from where Nathan was in front of the police station to this cemetery is about 13 minutes. So that procession will continue to follow the route and make its way there. We've already seen many officers, colleagues, family, friends.
Yeah, so this is the
stream in.
entrance to that cemetery. So we are just seeing a lot more law enforcement pulling up.
And maybe we can check in again with Greg Payne, who is at the cemetery, just to describe what he's been seeing. Greg, I know you said there's a lot of agencies. We know that from both sides of the state line. It's truly incredible, the show of support today.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, you can truly feel the impact, and I mean, the amount of community members that are here just along the side of the road. You see with their flags in their hands. I mean, you know, kind of like what Nathan was mentioning. You know, it is tough not to kind of get emotional to see just the amount of people that are here just to support one person that, you know, a lot of these people don't even know. So, I mean, it just speaks volume to the amount of respect that they have for this officer, Officer Vasquez, and the service that he provided for North Kansas City. But, I mean, you're just seeing it right now, just all the vehicles filing in and the number of people that have lined the street just to witness this moment.
So the body of Officer Daniel Vasquez should be arriving within maybe the next 5 or so minutes, 5 to 8 minutes. We know from the North Kansas City Police Department where they took that moment, drove through there to the cemetery. It's just a little over 10 minutes, but huge outpouring of support. A lot of law enforcement already at the cemetery. We saw some folks filing in there.
And look at all those cars.
I mean, it's huge outpouring of support for this, what's considered smaller police force for the North Kansas City Police Department. This is the first officer to die in the line of duty for North Kansas City. So a big shock to this community, to the department, and also to the regional police academy class that Officer Vasquez graduated with just last year, a year ago in July. They've now seen 2 of their officers die that graduated in that class. Officer Blaze Madrid Evans, just a few months after graduating from that class in September of 2021, and now Officer Daniel Vasquez. They said that their worlds were turned upside down when Officer Blaze Madrid Evans was killed in the line of duty, and they were bracing for that 1-year anniversary of his death, and now another tragedy striking in that class.
Yeah, and his fellow officer there, Officer Pablo, who was in the academy with him, said when Officer Blaze Madrid Evans was tragically killed that it was Officer Vasquez that was the rock of that group, these 17 people that, you know, went through something incredibly tough together, graduating the academy, bonded for life. It was Vasquez that stepped up and held them together, held them all up during that incredibly difficult time. And now they're having to do this all over again. Less than a year in between these 2 officers both being tragically killed in the line of duty. It is just a tough day for that class, for this community, for his family, his friends. Just incredibly heartbreaking and harrowing what we've seen and heard, the stories we have heard about him. And you see, when you see that picture of him, Officer Vasquez, just smiling.
They said that smile was infectious.
Yeah, and it is. I mean, just even the photos, you can tell he is just filled with so much happiness and wonder.
And life ahead, both of them so young. So young. I mean, 2 years for North Kansas City, serving there. Obviously, he served in law enforcement capacity for Wyandotte County, Kansas, as well as Jackson County, Missouri. But Officer Blaze Madrid Evans, when we speak of him, he had only been on the job for a couple of shifts.
Right, and Independence.
And
he was
Independence,
serving.
correct. And, you know, the Academy class, Officer Pablo, said that both of these guys, you know, were just wonderful human beings, and said that Officer Daniel Vasquez was the rock of their class. So when Officer Blaze Madrid Evans passes away, you know, that was their rock, and now their rock has passed away.
A lot of heavy hearts today. This is another live look at the Whitechapel Funeral Home and Cemetery, where that procession has ended for some of these officers and folks who are streaming into the cemetery for the service today. Let's take a moment and just watch.
Mm-hmm.
You are watching live as Officer Daniel Vasquez's procession reaches Whitechapel Memorial Gardens. A huge outpouring of support from various law enforcement agencies, as well as family and friends. And our Greg Payne is live at Whitechapel Memorial Gardens, so we do want to go out live to him. Greg, this is really powerful.
Yeah, I think what's powerful too is the silence.
Yeah, I mean, the silence says it all. I mean, to be honest, the only one talking right now is myself. It is completely quiet here, and you see the number of people that are holding their flags and that are waiting just for that procession and for Officer Vasquez's body to arrive. And one thing that I want to mention with the fact that we heard it over and over that this was Officer Vasquez's dream, was to be a police officer. And I know all of us, when we were younger, we had a dream. I mean, my dream was to be in the NBA. You see where I am now. But it's a beautiful thing to see that this young man, his life was taken away way too soon, but he lost his life doing what he loved to do. He lost his life and he fulfilled his dream in that short time that he was here on this earth and being able to serve the North Kansas City community. So it just speaks volumes, and it's just a beautiful thing that he was able to, before he passed away, be able to fulfill his dream, because not a lot of us get that opportunity to say that we have been able to fulfill our dream. So everybody's waiting here, though, right now at this point in time for the body of Officer Vasquez to arrive here. So I'm just going to let it sit for a moment here as you see the vehicles coming on in.
We are watching as the end of this procession gets to the Whitechapel Funeral Home and Cemetery. We just recently saw the hearse go by with the Officer Daniel Vasquez's body in it. There will be a ceremony at the cemetery that we will continue to cover live for you here on KCTV5. Just a very somber day, a celebration of life, but it's hard to do this again today. Less than a year, then we covered another officer dying in the line of duty.
Serving and protecting, doing what they are tasked to do, but also what they want to do. You know, a lot of these officers are just so passionate about serving and protecting their community. And for Officer Daniel Vasquez, that was always a dream of his, and he accomplished his dream. He made that a reality, and he got to serve his community in North Kansas City for 2 years. He had just graduated from the Regional Police Academy in 2021, and his family says that he always talked about protecting them, but protecting folks in his community, and that made him so proud and feel so fulfilled.
Yeah, hero fallen, fulfilling his duties as a police officer. Just amazing, the show of support. You can see these bikes going by right now with these flags on them. So many different agencies showing up today.
And we heard from a lot of people in that celebration of life ceremony that happened at Vineyard Church. Just a little after 9 this morning is when that started. We heard from Officer Daniel Vasquez's pastor, who met him when he was young, so he saw him grow up. We also heard from Officer Steve Emmons, who was Officer Vasquez's roommate, and got to share many memories with him, so that he was always such a bright spot and always finding something to laugh about, and his laugh was so easy and just contagious, the moments that he shared with him. We also heard from Officer Nico Pablo, and we want to share with you a little bit of what he said.
Having the opportunity to know who Daniel was, he would want us to be strong.
Sin embargo, al tener la oportunidad de saber quién era Daniel, él quería que fuésemos fuertes.
Because he would do the same for us.
Él haría lo mismo para nosotros.
Daniel's goofiness was contagious.
Las tonterías de Daniel eran contagiosas.
And his smile lit up the room.
Y su sonrisa iluminaba la habitación.
Just his presence in general could change a bad day to a good day in the matter of seconds.
Solo su presencia era en general podría cambiar un mal día a un buen día en asuntos y segundos.
In the academy, I learned a lot about Daniel.
En la academia aprendí mucho de Daniel.
How easygoing he was.
Cuán tranquilo era.
His ability to get along with anyone and everyone.
Su habilidad para llevarse bien con todos y cada uno.
How eager he was to learn and grow.
Lo ansioso que estaba por aprender y crecer.
And how he entered so many encounters open-minded.
Los muchos encuentros que tuvo con una mente abierta.
Everyone in this room can learn a few things from Daniel Vasquez.
Todos en esta sala podrían aprender alguna cosa de Daniel Vasquez.
Powerful words in that bilingual ceremony today. Officer Vasquez, a first-generation Mexican-American born in Kansas City, Kansas. We want to get back out to that funeral. This is the ceremony at the cemetery that's about to take place, Whitechapel Funeral Home. That procession coming to a close. The last couple of people streaming in now on this 35-minute journey from the church past North Kansas City Police Department up to the Whitechapel Funeral Home today, honoring this hero, badge number 178, Daniel Vasquez. Powerful picture here now at the cemetery. You can see that American flag hanging.
And a lot of law enforcement agencies taking part not only in that celebration of life service at Vineyard Church, but also making the time to attend the service here at Whitechapel Memorial Gardens. And we just kind of want to list some of the agencies that our crews on the ground saw. It included Richmond, Joplin, Baldwin, Jackson City, Clay City, Springfield, Council Bluffs, Gardner, Richmond, Edwardsville, St. George, locally Shawnee, Overland Park. They also saw Ashland, Emporia, Homeland Security, Gladstone, Lawrence, Liberty, Green Valley, Wichita, Independence. Those were just some of the ones that they were able to write down. There's so many more. A lot of friends and family also attending this. And we know that the North Kansas City Police Department offices are closed today the entire day. And this is so that everybody within the North Kansas City Police Department can attend the services for Officer Daniel Vasquez. Other law enforcement agencies across the metro will be handling their calls just as a way to support them today on what is a very tough day. Officer Vasquez is the first police officer with North Kansas City Police Department to die in the line of duty.
And at 32 years old.
Very young, 2 years on the force, but a bright star, a shining star. The chief, that's how he describes him. He says he was just so easy to talk to, and the picture of him that we've been showing, that smile. He says he didn't have an enemy. Everybody was his friend. It is just senseless. He was a great human being.
He clearly left quite the mark on a lot of people, and I think that just shows so much about his character. They painted such a beautiful picture of Officer Vasquez today, and how he just changed everyone's spirit just by coming into a room. And those people are hard to find. So everyone who is there today and knew Officer Vasquez, they are just so lucky to have had someone like that in their lives. And it makes this day that much tougher. We have heard just amazing stories about this man. And so many things stick out. But just some of the words that people kept repeating were that he was happy, playful, honest, helpful, sincere. And though, I mean, it's just powerful. It's been a very powerful, emotional day for this entire community. And I think we keep seeing it over and over. You know, hundreds of people pouring out, showing their support, and everyone is silent just to pay their respects and take this moment in.
Because you can't find the words.
Right.
It's so senseless when somebody is doing their job, a traffic stop. It's senseless that somebody would get shot and killed doing that on just, you know, a regular day where they're doing their job.
A shining star just dimmed way too soon.
And it was really nice, even though, you know, in all the sorrow and all the sadness and the grief, to hear, you know, his fellow officers sharing some funny stories, having a lighthearted moment. I think that just shows, you know, who he was. He's still bringing them laughter even now, with all the stories that they'll get to share and all the memories that they'll get to relive and tell. His pastor said, you know, the separation will not be eternal. Those who die for a cause don't die in vain. And I think that's really what they are sticking to and holding on to in this moment and today and the days to follow. This isn't easy. It's not just the service that's happening today and the grief that they're feeling today. It's going to be a long road for the family, for the police officers that serve with him, for the entire North Kansas City community.
And Officer Pablo, who spoke today, who graduated from the academy with Vasquez, was talking about, you know, how he cut his hair, and he saw him just days before this tragic incident happened. And he said, you know, he'll never forget the conversation they had and him talking about his fiance and how in love he was and giving him a hug at the end of that haircut, you know, and saying, I love you. And not knowing that was going to be the last time that he hugged his friend and said those words. And it's just a powerful reminder that you just never know. And he said, hug your people, hold them close, tell them I love you. Life is short. And today, this is a very somber reminder of that. Officer Daniel Vasquez, just 32 years old with the North Kansas City Police Department, killed in the line of duty.
And also in this image here, just to the right corner, you can see the sky. You know, we were mentioning the weather, how it started today, just rainy and soggy and gloomy.
Yeah.
And then our crews noticed that as that service was beginning, and then toward the end of the service, the sun started shining brightly, just like Officer Vasquez brought that bright light to everybody that he knew.
And again, just so early in his career, 2 years with the force, doing something that his family and friends say his entire life he wanted to do this. And they were concerned about him putting his life on the line every day for this job. And his response was always that he was doing this to protect them. Just a selfless person who has given the ultimate sacrifice for all of us.
And we are taking a look there at just one of the many flags that are flying across this procession route that the fire department helped put up. We know that flags will be flying at half-staff in Kansas and in Missouri. Governors on both sides of the state line ordered that.
I'd love to check in again with Greg Payne, who is outside of this cemetery right now. Greg, what is the procession looking like now? Are cars still streaming in there? Oh, actually, it looks like this is Officer Vasquez, his casket coming in. Let's take a moment and watch this.
Yes. Just tell me yes.
Mm-hmm.
through the cam? Okay. Turn this on.
where Daniel Vasquez has made it to his final resting place.
Yeah, and that is at Whitechapel Memorial Gardens. And we want to hear one final moment from one of the many stories that we heard. It was Officer Pablo, who actually participated in the Regional Police Academy and graduated with Officer Daniel Vasquez just a year ago, July of 2021. And he shared many stories, but one of the most impactful stories that he shared was the fact that the Academy class 171 was given a word, and it was very symbolic, and now it kind of that symbolism shows, and that word was together. So we want you to take a moment and just listen to what he had to say about that word.
And he is talking also about his other classmate. This is the second classmate that has died tragically in the line of duty. So he's also talking about Officer Blaze Evans in this sound. Take a listen.
In the academy,
En la academia,
our instructors gave us a word that was engraved into our souls.
nuestro instructor nos regaló una palabra que se nos quedó grabada en el alma.
Together,
Juntos.
by the grace of God, that word was given to us for a reason.
Por la gracia de Dios, esa palabra nos fue dada por una razón.
Together, we made it through a long 6-month training process.
Juntos superamos unos largos 6 meses de proceso de formación.
Together, we leaned on each other when Blaze passed away.
Juntos nos apoyamos el uno al otro cuando Blaze falleció.
Together, we made it through FTO.
Juntos lo hicimos a través de FTO.
And together, we sit here today and grieve.
Juntos nos sentamos aquí y oramos.
But together, we will get through this by continuing to serve and protect.
Pero juntos los conseguiremos a través de esto continuar sirviendo y protegiendo.
For the ones who made the ultimate sacrifice.
Aquellos que hicieron el último sacrificio.
Daniel, as you look down on us today,
Daniel, mientras nos ves hoy,
give Blaze a hug for us.
dale a Blaze un abrazo de parte de nosotros.
We will continue to make you guys proud.
Seguiremos haciéndoles chicos orgullosos.
We love you, buddy.
Te amamos, amigo.
So powerful. And we want to thank you for joining us together as we honor and mourn Officer Daniel Vasquez's life today, a shining star dimmed way too soon.
The entire celebration of life for Officer Daniel Vasquez and Procession will be available on Facebook and our app. We will have continuing coverage as well tonight on KCTV 5.